talking to the team that it would be good to take a position with the Statistical Conference of the Americas, more in general, in order to work on the general aspects that could be, that would be part of the Statistical Conference of the Americas. So here, I'd like to open the floor for comments.
Alguna observación, comentario, pues nos puedan decir sus opiniones al respecto, ¿no?
From the delegates.
Muchísimas gracias, Rolando. Veo Uruguay, por favor.
Yes, Rolando, thank you very much. Uruguay?
Buenos días. Gracias, Rolando, por la introducción.
Good morning, and thank you, Rolando, for introducing the topic.
Digamos, un grupo de países en la última reunión de marzo en Nueva York.
In the last meeting in New York in March, we mentioned this concern, how Latin American and Caribbean countries would work on this proposal. And we made a proposal to have approval of what was happening at the time. I'd like to say, mention a couple of things that motivated this proposal of ours. At that moment, there was a designated way to do things in the board, and we weren't consulted. And then the US joined, India, Russia, very large countries, and this led us to this instance with a new version. Yesterday, we mentioned that somehow we feel that that it is important to hold a board or have a board with such characteristics, but it is also necessary to be careful with how the board is configured and its attributions.
Hecho con un propósito adecuado
If
y
done
con mecanismos de contrapesos y demás, puede ser positivo y puede ser un elemento positivo para
a positive element, and it's important to defend the independence of the National Statistics Institutes.
Digamos, hay que ser realistas al respecto. Puede ser utilizado como un instrumento.
It can be used as an instrument. We know that there are many
para poner en la picota, para poner en cuestionamiento a los institutos, hasta, digamos, me imagino situaciones de campañas electorales que un partido de oposición puede decir, bueno, aprovecho, voy a Naciones Unidas.
And they could say, well, we'll go to the UN, and perhaps it can be used for bad purposes, quote unquote. So the definition of the purposes, the mechanisms, the checks and balances, well, it may work against the objective, and we need to make sure that the
que estén, bueno, aislados de presiones políticas, etcétera,
independent, isolated from political pressures. It can be used the opposite way. So it's important to talk about this point. And we were talking about this with a group of directors. So sovereignty is also a topic that is complex here, because who will be represented from here? Which countries, and what would they try to impose? What I'm trying to say is we feel it's a good idea with the correct checks and balances and the adequate precautions. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Uruguay.
Thank you, Uruguay, and Argentina has the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Rolando. The version circulated yesterday is much more complete and finished than the original one. Of course, we still need to read it in detail. I still feel that there are some aspects that we need to take a look at. The regional offices do a lot of this. There are publications, there are documents, there's documents that assess the parties that can be carried forward. And I see what regional offices or national offices could do in a more covert way, perhaps, but would be positive perhaps to have a certifier of quality, not so much just looking for compliance. As Uruguay said, it shouldn't just be used in a negative way, but perhaps to help the offices that are complying to grow. Again, I believe it is a much better document. There is, however, something that still needs to be analyzed, the budget issue. If we're going to put more money into this, why not give the regional offices more money because they're the ones who carry out the work? Again, the philosophy behind it is positive, but I feel there are still things that need to be clarified and polished. Thank you.
Gracias. Thank you, Marcos. Now, Cuba, please. Good morning. We didn't have time to evaluate it completely, but what was circulated, there are some things that are maintained. And we from Statistics Office since March, we've been saying that everything that is through coordination, cooperation, willingness of countries, that is even the subjects among peers should be voluntary. And you need to be careful at what time. I mean, we will go into details as a country to see at what time, under what circumstances that review would go to the countries. As Argentina was saying, in CEPAL, we are working in a regional code of best practices. We are implementing a group of mechanisms as a region precisely to improve and go deep into the subject of compliance. But not all the countries are on an equal basis to have perfect and good statistics because that involves budget, staff, training, and there are real and objective difficulties that not everybody is at the level of being able to relevantly have all the measurements updated and all the manuals or guides already implemented. As a country, we'll always be in disagreement with that which is not according to the willingness of the state or have a board to certify if principles are complied or not. Because beyond what Ecuador was saying, it can be dangerous for the statistical office, but at the same time, it could be statistical offices are not independent in countries. It's not like an entity that is independent. Oh, yes, I'm autonomous and that's it. No. And also through statistical offices, these non-compliances or poor evaluations to really attack a country if information is manipulated. We need to be very careful because lately there are situations that can be quite complex for countries. So we say it from now. In everything that is, everything that is voluntary, our country in favor. Everything not voluntary, against. Thank you, Cuba. Anybody else? Yes, Rolando. Thank you. So the comments of the three countries, Uruguay, that has been highly emphatic in what he said, that is to defend or how to defend the independence of countries, to look for counter balances or checks and balances. And in Argentina, we are helping regional offices in that work, trying to avoid duplication and the budget issues and what Cuba has said in terms of intervention or intromission that can exist. So how to work this subject or how to support this text, it's very clear. It says, upon request of. So it's very clear to avoid that type of issues. And it says, in support to, supporting, because there may be many things that are improvements or scaling up elements that we have approved as other proposals for statistical laws or from the council would support. And with the Latin American perspective that the members or what they have or what, well, that provides support. I think it is a much more completed version, including those concerns. I think that was key to stop at that point, that feeling, who are you to come into my country intervening in such a way? No, that's not the spirit. That's not. So it's a group of experts, veteran experts that have spent their lives in statistical office and do have the expertise to help out and provide the necessary assistance to those countries that need it. The idea is there is a whole pattern or a scheme how virtually they can meet to see things and proposals or requests of countries in order to work along those lines and therefore precisely focus on those issues. So, unfortunately, it would have been ideal to have this or have it had it submitted last week so as to have something more coordinated. It is we have enough time. It's a whole month, and maybe we could convene or perhaps have a virtual meeting, extraordinary special meeting of the executive committee in order to touch on that point. That is, with all the comments, maybe we can send a proposal of comments in order to, or consultation so as to see if there is something that could be seen, but submitted to the consideration of everybody as technical secretary. Thank you, Rolando. Precisely, that is our path. As we said this morning, some directors discuss this and say we need to have a bit of time for such a relevant discussion. I would like to take up or what Marco was saying, emphasis in non-compliance. When the role is defined, the first thing he says is non-compliance. So he speaks about making it more strategic, but really focused on the quality perspective, as you say, and something that they introduce is the subsidiarity principle, because in the end, it is a subsidiary body of the commission. So that independence, it's where is the independence. Of course, it's a subsidiary body. And therefore, with the secretariat, please allow us to send you a process with some dates of possible meetings with comments and have a special meeting, executive committee before the date of completing comments. All right? Yes, there is agreement. And so, Rolando, I would ask you to introduce in item number 2 about the resolution. Yes, please. What we have just agreed would be included in the, yes, in the agreements. Let me find the other point. Well, the other item is that after some discussions and processes of by countries pressing to have a better setup of the board of statistics, the board of the commission. So a resolution was presented in June, agreed by the members of the Statistical Commission in order to have an increase in the number of members. And the agreement was that we would have 54 members in the commission. And the idea is that at the end, it's going to be a process that will start. It will start to increase starting in 2026. Next year still will be with the same 24 members. Next year, 2025. And the total number will be yes, 54 starting 2026. Latin America will grow or will have one more member. It will move to 6 Latin America, 6 members starting 2027. We will be increasing 2 more. So in 2027, we'll have 3 additional members. And starting in 2028, we'll have 10 members in the committee. That means that we'll double our presence. What was not achieved in ECOSOC was to have regionalization that the countries or the could be presented. There should be political agreements, what is called in GRULAC. One of the things that we were presenting, and it was somewhat debated informally. We, as ECLAC, as technical secretariat, we cannot intervene because it's a decision of countries. And as Stefan said, countries request to the Statistical Commission, request to be a member of the commission. And there's a decision there. We, not even ECLAC is part of that decision. So one of the proposals was to make a respectful suggestion from the Statistical Conference of the Americas to GRULAC and take it as a point of agreement, that is to respect the membership that the Statistical Conference of the Americas has at this point. We are 8 countries represented today, but one of the members is the former president of the Statistical Conference, 2 for Central America and Spanish-speaking islands, 2 for South America, and 2 for the Caribbean. So to look for a similar arrangement, Spain would not be included because it has its own place there in Europe, but to look for some agreement that would be along those lines and make a very respectful proposal to Gulag. So taking into account the fact that this is a body that's not political, but rather technical, and thus the idea of is to all countries, small, big countries be represented there. Countries with a need of improving statistical capacity. That is what is required in the discussion of the statistical conference. So that is a comment. And now I open 2 comments of countries, Madam Chair. Yeah, yes, thank you. Before giving the floor to the countries, I want to say that I was talking to Rolando, and this could be an opportunity for a different approach to GRULAG. Yesterday, we were talking about coordination and cooperation with other instances, entities, and therefore we are very technical, but we need the political part. So how can we look for a mechanism of relations with those spaces, and that could serve our own purposes? That said, I give the floor now to Argentina. Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, I remember the discussion at that point, why the subregions were not included, and that is that are not defined in the area of the United Nations, in the scope.
There was a resolution that ran counter to this UN framework, and therefore, if, despite the fact that we work in that way, because in practice as a commission, as an SCA, we have that entity, but we must be very careful that any proposal that is made does not set a precedent or is counter to previous agreements of the UN, because it impacts other groups. So that is what we must try to prevent. And we coincide that the representation that we have here must be put in practice in that new creation of the board, but also being very aware of these political aspects. I would like to respond to that, because that was indeed the discussion. But one of the things that we achieved as a region at that time, before GRULAG, and I remember that our delegations from Argentina, Brazil, Mexico, and Colombia, which were the ones that at the beginning had a very strong position. Well, we said to them, help us to translate our interests and the interests that are most convenient for the region. So this is political. How can you help us? And they did that because at the end of the day, via a negotiation process, we achieved a better draft, a better way of doing this. And at the end of the day, we were able to develop a resolution and an agreement that, especially in the case of CARICOM, I remember Guyana there, insisted on this, and therefore we struck an agreement between the political and technical aspects. And what Rolando is saying is along those lines. The idea is not to impose, but rather how to establish with them, well, this is our interest, is it convenient or not? But the idea is for that to work in a way that also benefits the SCA, because at the end of the day, that is the entity that is subsequently present in the offices. And therefore, that is a purpose, to use GRULAC as a space that helps us to translate our needs into that political language. And that is important. One of the things that they suggested at that time well, they said to us, well, we have a chair that changes every day, and it would be adequate for the Statistical Commission to visit us, to talk with a chair, to talk about their own issues, and to have that, to hold those feedback meetings. For example, now that we're talking about the digital compact, and maybe we don't form part of that, but how can we exchange ideas about that? How can we reflect around those issues, and how, as from our visions and through our ministries of foreign affairs, we are able to convey our positions, because that is something that can benefit us, establishing these bridges to a more political sphere. Excuse me for speaking again, but yes, indeed, we coincide in that spirit. And indeed, together with other countries, Argentina was very active in making this possible. What I am highlighting here is one of the problems that we had to overcome. What I am saying is, let us not try to sidestep that, because we will again run into those problems, and we want to avoid that. If we do these things, let's take into consideration those discussions, because I would begin to face restrictions on the part of my Ministry of Foreign Affairs, saying this is how far we can go, and so on. So let's beware of this. It's a long discussion that we dealt with very carefully, and we must be very careful, we must be beware of those agreements. Yes, that is indeed what we're aiming at. CARICOM.
Madam Chair, and just to say that well, this the solution to the enlargement of the commission, it originated from a concern raised from our sub-region, CARICOM region, because of the issue with the lack of representation of CARICOM countries on the on the commission. So going forward, we would want to, it is important that we be a part of this discussion, and to ensure that there's some level of proportionality in the representation in this region, so that CARICOM countries will be adequately represented and have a voice on the table, right? So just thought I should say that. Thanks.
Sí, muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. Halim. Well, if no other delegations wish to speak about this aspect, I suggest that we enter into an agreement instructing the chair of the executive committee. Well, let's see. There's two things. Please excuse me. First of all, the lobbying that we will have to conduct in our own countries to determine whether they want to seek that representation, because that is independent. For example, the Dominican Republic, well, we requested our mission to enter this next year, and the Dominican Republic was elected to the Commission for next year. So that was a country decision. That is one point, and that will always be valid. Now, since the decision will be taken in 2026, the idea would be to instruct the chair to hold a meeting with the executive committee, or with an expanded executive committee, so that we could invite GRULAC, for example, to the meetings that we have in New York, and to discuss these issues. The idea would be to discuss this and see what happens in the future. So I submit that agreement to your consideration to determine whether we can include that in the draft declaration.
Uruguay.
Sí, gracias.
Thank you, Miosotis. I believe that these issues, as mentioned by Marco, involve aspects that our ministries of foreign affairs must deal with. I from the National Statistics Institute, can make a decision right now in that sense. I coincide with the philosophy of an equitable representation of Latin America and the Caribbean, but there are also other implications, as mentioned here and as was mentioned by Marco, and that is beyond me, despite the fact that I'm okay in philosophical terms. I don't know what implications that may have, and that implies a consultation because already last year, during some discussions, especially through our representation in the UN, that we were warned about that. So I'd just like to mention that as Uruguay, how far can we, as a statistical commission, how far can we go, or how far can I go representing Uruguay? So I would like to take into consideration the position of our Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Argentina. Let's see, any text that we agree should be a text that is sufficiently wide-ranging without no concrete implications, but rather rather insisting on a discussion on how to base integration. I feel comfortable with that, but if we talk about how that integration should be done, well, I wouldn't include that in the document because of the reasons that Diego just mentioned, because that requires consultations to determine whether the text is okay or not. So if it's something very general, stating that we need to discuss with GRULAC to know what they're thinking about, fine. Otherwise, I would not include that. Yes, I believe that should indeed be the spirit, because especially if we want them to come to a meeting. If we mention the issue of the sub-region, they'll simply not come to the meeting because they're very clear on the fact that has certain implications, and therefore we must be strategic. And what is strategic is to bring them to the table of discussion, to know what they're thinking of, and to open a dialogue, basically. And I believe that is a way in which we could discuss this issue further. Maybe the Secretariat could suggest a text, we could distribute that, read it, and if we agree with that, we can proceed. Okay? So, Argentina, a more technical type of query. What would the Secretariat be asking for? Because thinking about what Rolando said, I don't know if you're clear on this. Why would ECLAC be involved in this if this is something that has to do with countries? So the question is, who would approach them? Well, it would have to be countries. It would have to be the countries. We cannot put that forward, but rather it is countries that must do that. Yes, that is why we said that it was the chair of the executive committee or the expanded executive committee. This is a doubt that has to do with implementation, because that would be representing the Xxiii and not a country, or would we have to do this at a country level? Thank you. Good morning. Well, in this case, the proposal is of a text that the Secretariat drafts so that it can become an agreement, so that it is countries themselves that request this to the Commission, not ECLAC. It is countries, the countries that form part of the Xxiii. Thank you, Chair. Good morning. In the draft agreement, there is a text that requests the chair of the executive committee, so that together with the secretariat, they may define alternatives in order to contribute to guarantee an adequate representation of the region. So very wide-ranging. The idea is to seek mechanisms to ensure that representation. It is not a direct mandate to go and discuss this with GRULAC and so on. I don't know whether that resolves this issue, or if you feel that the drafting is not adequate.
Perfecto. Listo. Bueno, pues entonces, pasado ya.
Okay. Now, what we will do is to discuss the review of progress in implementation of the biennial program of activities that will be presented by ECLAC. And Javier has the floor, who will introduce these issues. Thank you, Chair. Well, this will be a very brief presentation, basically to lay or to establish the context of what we will be discussing this morning and in the early afternoon. And this has to do with the progress in implementation of the biennial program, which is basically the activities of the working groups. It is a way that this conference, it is the cooperation mechanism through which we implement the biennial program of activities. I would like to mention that within this context and continuing with yesterday's discussion, the review of the strategic plan has provided us with a very valuable opportunity to think not only about many of the issues that were discussed yesterday, the regional diagnosis and the upcoming challenges, but in more concrete terms, the actual mechanics of the conference. And that implies aspects such as the common working plan, the working groups themselves, the way to create groups and their duration. These are all aspects that we could review within this wide-ranging context of the new strategic plan. And I believe that yesterday was very positive because many proposals came up and many ideas. And I believe that those are things that we should take into consideration so that this mechanism that we establish becomes much more useful and efficient to implement the plan that we designed.
We have working groups that go according to the guidelines agreed in the 2019 conference. It was then that a larger change was made to the way that the working groups work. And we moved on to a modality whereby all are created for a specific term and for a specific output. Before they used to have an open mandate. And this change resulted in a significant increase in the number of outputs and implied carrying out a process to identify priorities before the creation of the groups. I'm mentioning this because basically we are given this new opportunity to see how much of what we have now should be kept, how much we should change, and thinking of the distinction. There are many things that we are interested in, but not necessarily the capacity to address them with collaborative work. Here, now we have 13 working groups. At some point, we had 17, and at the time, we decided this is too much. We do not have the ability to work on so many topics at the same time. And also long-term versus short-term. On the one hand, having the idea of a strategic plan that were concrete and that could be put into effect with groups that contribute to that. And on the other hand, the need to have something perhaps even more flexible, not necessarily having to wait 2 years for the creation of a group. So I think it would be good to have this space to reflect on these topics. Unfortunately, we do have time. There are several months because regardless of what is approved and deciding, ultimately this will be decided in the next conference in 1 year more. Concretely, the first thing I would like to say is that at the previous conference, there are 4 documents that were submitted to the conference for approval, and these were approved. And what was formally done was to approve the summaries, but at the time we did not have the full text edited and translated of these methodological guidelines. We now have these papers, and well, and they are available
on the website of ECLAC of the conference. And these 4 documents are the regional code of good practices updated, which is very relevant on account of what is coming next. And the first of the presentations of the working group is a mechanism for peer review and implementation of this regional code that was approved. The document of recommendations for the measuring of the quality of household surveys, the guideline for the gender perspective in statistical production, and recommendations for measuring perceptions. And an additional document that had not been finalized at the time of the previous conference, but that now we have its final version. The guideline for the compilation of matrices and input-output. And the full title includes with the gender approach. And that is available on the RTC. This document, which is not the one that is put to you for approval, is not available in the same format as the others. Now, what we will be seeing now is basically the state of progress of working groups of this biennium 2024-25. The wording is a little small, but well, this is known what was already approved at the past conference, and this is the first instance when these groups will report on progress made. So therefore, this is the instance where there is a greater possibility of affecting, contributing to direct the work done by these groups, because this is still the initial stage. Now, next year, at the next meeting of the executive committee, what we will be seeing is a far more achieved progress, and then the groups don't even present, they simply hand over the final output. So with a brief summary, the products of the working group this biennium are in 12 cases documents, and in 1, the website, the tools for applying the gender cross-cutting mechanism for statistical production, of course. And now there are progress reports delivered by the groups and with the annotated indexes. This is all compiled in a document that is also available at the meeting website or web page, rather. If you take a look at the activity schedule for the biennium, the average progress is of 25% in activities so far, which is quite reasonable given the time that has passed since the groups were created. Same as in the 2 past bienniums, we have support by the advisory group for the cross-cutting gender perspective. And this is a group that in general makes contributions. And the next stage is, well, a review of these annotated indexes received from the working groups. As I said, next steps are for the groups. Once comments and suggestions have been received, having the second progress report that will be presented at the next meeting of the Executive Committee, possibly March 2025. This is still to be determined. So far, my presentation. Thank you, Chair. Well, thank you very much, Javier, for this update of the implementation of progress in the biennial program. If there is no comment on this by countries, we would move on to the presentations by the working groups, for which I would like to invite the Danny of Colombia to speak of the peer review mechanism in Latin America and the Caribbean. Well, thank you, Chair. And to begin the presentation of the peer review mechanism Latin America and the Caribbean, I am pleased to show the progress made in Latin America and the Caribbean. As we said yesterday, we are not only sister countries, but also relate with solidarity to address issues that we face in this area. I'd like to recall you that the aim of the working group is to consolidate a regional methodology for peer review institutionalized within the framework of the ECLAC grant to see how to resolve this and implement our models for statistical production and with peer review, followed such as the Regional Code of Good Practices and also Eurostat. Now, here you can see the progress made in peer review methodology, progress in the intermediate column. The second, here you have the percentage of progress. And those that are void does not mean that we don't have any progress, but rather this is ongoing. And so there we have shown that the activities carried out during 2024 as part of the first section related to the design and execution of a pilot with external funding. And so far, we have moved ahead in the consolidation of the methodological document instruments for peer review in the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. And we have determined the National Statistics Office and the peer review team for the implementation of this first pilot. And now here you can see the future activities for this group, for which we will have a second pilot, including the lessons learned during the first, and then finally the adjustment, review, and adoption of peer review methodologies. So here it is important to note that we have already some achievements, and among these for this year, I would like to highlight the collaborative work by countries in the region that were part of the group and that have directly and indirectly contributed to the consolidation of the methodological document, the instrument of self-assessment for the pilots. And this is all according to the principle of good practices for Latin America and the Caribbean, recently updated. I would also like to highlight that we already have the first pilot of the mechanism being implemented in the Dominican Republic in the second half of this year. This country is in the evidence compilation stage, considering the self-assessment progress for that supplied earlier on. Now, as I said at the start, the main outcome of this group is the peer review methodology that seeks to encourage that those involved base their statistical activity and guidelines based on the fundamental principles of official statistics and the Regional Code of Good Statistics Practices. There are 10 chapters, including the formation of the evaluation team, the users participating in peer review, components, self-assessment instrument, considering the pilots, considering times and activities. Now, this is the result of the pilots that we have considered, and as I said a moment ago, we're already beginning with the first. Now, the methodology for peer review contributes to improve statistical activity in the region because it fosters compliance with the Regional Code of Good Practices and helps identify strengths and aspects for improvement. In addition, the community of countries proposed in the methodology focuses on regional cooperation, and so the countries agree to not only carry out these recommendations established by the peer review, but also agree to do this in the next review round, which strengthens ties among countries and in countries, continuous dialogue among them, and the exchange that we may have of good practices among peers. Now, for the validation of this self-assessment instrument, we had group country members validating the regional code and the questionnaire of self-assessment for the quality assurance framework of the UN. And this led to comments such as professional independence, appropriate statistical processes, sound methodology, coherence, comparability, statistical mandate, objectivity, transparency, and this led to adjustments or reviews, the last two, based on good practices and the coherence of the text. And lastly, as coming activities, we have a pilot in the Dominican Republic with a visit at the end of October that will result in a final report for the assessment highlighting the challenges, strengths, and opportunities for the area. And in addition, based on the results of the test, the methodological text will be reviewed as well as those instruments to be sent to, and in Ecuador as the second country to be assessed with this methodology. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, Piedad, por
Well, thank you very much, Piedad, for this update on the work of the group. If any country would like to ask a question, we still have a couple of minutes. If any delegation would like to ask a question, well, if not so, we will now continue with Argentina. No, they're not in the room. Chile, then. Data imputation methodologies applied in household surveys and population censuses presented by INE of Chile. The floor is yours. Thank you, and I thank Dani also for their presentation. Well, in our case, we had a working group on imputation methodologies applied to household surveys and population censuses. Thinking of the region, the censuses, and that Chile is on the verge of having the results. So the working group, based on two documents that can be found, Medina Galvan of 2007 on the imputation of household services in analyzing the effects on poverty and inequality, and also a review of non-response management techniques and income and expense surveys 2018-2019. And also we have the handbook for the data review published by the UN on population and housing censuses. And so the group, based on the premise to find a standardization or a manual of good practices based on the techniques for imputation of the data. And in the different countries, what we have been able to achieve. It would seem that there is no agreement among countries, or there isn't a methodology, one same methodology. So the working group entails 15 countries plus CELADE, and that they're also taking part in supporting the drafting of the population and housing census.
It stresses a documented index which has been reviewed by the different countries. We've received comments on how to execute the document. And of course, what also matters is establishing an exchange in the different countries, understanding what is used in the region. And in the elaboration of this document, we have the presentation carried out a couple of weeks ago by the IBG in Brazil with all their experiences in the 2022 census and with their comments on the non-responses. Then there is the diagnostic consultation that was sent on the practices of imputation in household surveys and population census. The idea is to have a diagnosis of how the countries or the statistics institutions address these challenges. In this sense, the document has as its main objective to establish good practices in the countries of the region. And it has some guidelines that address the imputation of the data that are missing. This means that we need a regional standard to offer each of the countries a guideline to address the imputation of data, which could be quite sensitive. We want this manual to serve as a theoretical and practical guideline for the censuses and also consolidated into this document. In the proposed index plan, this is the table of contents. We would like to describe the main methods of imputation used in the statistics offices for executing the imputation or allocation of data. And then we have an imputation process as generated in the 2020 census with the different countries, and to understand what was done in the population censuses at the time in order to later generate a section of collection of best practices Then we have the countries' presentations, or the idea is to continue having an exchange with the national statistics offices in the region in order to transfer knowledge, successful experiences. Within this diagnosis, we sent the consultation to the different countries in order to systematize the consultations, and this consultation is divided in two parts for household surveys and population censuses, and the idea is to observe the panorama of the national statistics offices. In the following steps, we have a compilation and analysis of the diagnostic results, the final discussion and approval of the document index, following the comments that we received from all the countries, and a presentation of international experiences. That is all for me. Thank you. Thank you to the INE in Chile. If there are any comments or questions, I will offer the floor. If not, we will oh, Uruguay has the floor. Yes, thank you. We have a suggestion. There are administrative ends. I feel it is key to include certain points. There are some good examples outside of the region. For example, New Zealand, Scotland, and several other countries. Uruguay is also working on this. They are more emerging approaches. I feel it would be important to take these into account. Thank you. Thank you. Would you like to reply, Chile? Thank you for your comment. It's true. Part of the diagnostic consultation is about making an assessment of the administrative processes that countries use in the imputation of these household surveys. We're going to try to standardize the use of these administrative records and also of the different, based on the presentations of the countries, we would collect more information. Thank you. The presentation will be virtual. Alejandro Puchet will have the floor. The interpreters would like to note that the sound online is wanting. We will endeavor to do our best. So the objective is to analyze the status of technological and methodological advances used in the preparation of geospatial information for the 2020 census round, looking towards the 2030 round. During 2024, we developed an index of priority topics and activities organized in 10 chapters in accordance with the generic statistical production model within the framework of the group's work plan. This was done with the member countries. The structure of the annotated index content includes relevant definitions, pre-census and cartographic update, urban and rural boundaries and their use for the purposes of the cartographic operation, the decision between addresses or buildings, the capture of rural homes and alternative methods, prioritization, cartography, analog or digital, innovation, challenges, and the census operation. We understand that the contributions made by the group on these topics allow us to make a deeper analysis of the technological and methodological advances used in the preparation of geospatial information in the region. This emphasis on cartographic updating should strengthen the integration of statistical data and spatial data for the 2030 census round. It would strengthen the geospatial infrastructure for production and publication of statistical information. The commitment of the member countries to the preparation of the index and distribution of the topics to be discussed in their work is highlighted also in sharing the experiences. We will continue with thematic meetings in compliance with the established timeline, and jointly we would elaborate the final document that would systematize the analysis and discussion of each of the experiences. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Argentina, Alejandro, por la presentación.
Thank you, Alejandro, Argentina. Thank you for the presentation. I offer the floor for consultations. So we'll continue with Colombia. We're going to look at methodologies of small areas in the production of statistics. I would like to mention that you've made excellent use of time, so I will offer you the floor later as well. So we also this group seeks to incorporate small area estimation methodologies into the production of statistics. They should help us very much, as we have always mentioned in these meetings. There is an increasing demand for information. For smaller areas, there is greater demand. We would like to elaborate a guideline to standardize the use of small area estimations for the production of official statistics. These are methodologies that started in the 70s and that today are much more reliable. The document on the recommendations that will be generated from this group will generate an offer of traditional sources and strengthen the focused analysis for the design of these policies and demographic it is important to know how to use the Xxiii as a statistical experiment for the production of these data. This is all in progress, and we do have in the first two, we see how much progress we've made in these tests. The first one is the definition of an instrument to characterize the level of maturity of the institution with respect to the application of small areas estimation. For this, we carried out a definition of the aspects that we wanted to measure in an articulated fashion with the group, and we applied it to the questionnaire broadly. So it's not only in member countries. Second activity is the analysis of information from the instrument to the document, characterizing the level of maturity and comparison between the countries of the region in terms of the maturity of implementation of small areas estimation methodology. At this task, we have a 90% advance. We already have a draft of the document, and it is part of the group. They will be making their comments directly. On the other hand, in future activities in 2025, we have 5 tasks in the work plan, which are oriented to the consolidation of recommendations and guidelines. Here is the pyramid of the activities developed in the team. We have 5 dimensions precisely. They are placed in this pyramid graph. At the base, we have the organization, and at the top, we have the ones that contribute less to the process. I will begin with the top and move down to the ones that have a greater weight. So at the top of the pyramid, we have technology and infrastructure. It makes reference to the capacity to process large volumes of information, standardization of programming languages, use of GIT repositories, and process automation.
In light blue, this determines if SNE has conducted some type of program, if they are structured or not. The third dimension, which is green, light green, these are information sources. So it refers to updated sources and finds out about defined process for processing data, creation and validation of new variables. Fourth, which is established processes, contains clear methodology in disaggregation of variables using best practices of programming for replication of processes in each one of the areas. And then finally, that of greater weight, and therefore the most important one is organization. This one refers to having a stable work team in order to support research and building census initiatives. Here, also, you bear in mind the importance of the Institute in terms of training, among other aspects. So, with the purpose of measuring the size in each one of the INES, we conducted a questionnaire with 57 questions with 5 modules corresponding to the 5 dimensions of the adoption process in TAE. Each of the 5 modules has a value given by the dimension it evaluates. According to these, an indicator of the level of maturity is built on the answers given in the questionnaire, and the highest possible score is 100%. This questionnaire was implemented by 15 National Statistics Institute, for which this graph and this map was built. The highest and lowest levels are for highest 85% in Mexico, minimum is Guatemala, which is only 19%. And all the rest of us are in an intermediate point that follow this general map. With the answers of the questionnaire, it was possible to classify the NSOs according to their responses to 5 levels. And therefore, we try to identify strengths and weaknesses of each group in the adoption of Xxiii are identified in order to create a guide of recommendations for each one of the 5 levels. Given the indicator that is built with the weight of the 5 dimensions, the ones were organized in the following levels. Level 1 is the institutes with a maximum score of 20%. Second one goes between 20 and 40%. Third level institutes with 40 and 60, and thus successfully 80% is the highest percent. In these general results, level 1 are the institutes of the first quintile, showing a low level in the first dimensions where we have an incipient process. There you see the strategic importance of the methodology in the NSO. Level 2, the second quintile, and we have advances in the dimensions of information sources and technology and infrastructure. The dimension of organization and established processes continue with low levels, indicating the lack of consolidation of profiles. Level 3, the yellow one, have an average level in the sources of information, technology, structure, and this is differential with the previous level. The institute has profiles able to develop size. However, a working team has not been consolidated to establish and know the procedures to develop methodology. At this point, institutes have explored Xxiii, and most of the countries are in this level. For the fourth level, we have institutes with a score between 60 to 80%. That level corresponds to those that they have developed more than one project with Xxiii methodology, and they have a high level in the initiative. There's a process, establishing a process for the application of the methodology according to the experiences acquired, and they make use of analytical platforms with good programming practices, and they carry out the process of dissemination of the knowledge in the organization. The fifth level, the highest one, are for those indices that have established processes, defined, managed, and automated processes. They stand out with high scores in all dimensions, showing that the Xxiii methodology is being followed. Finally, I want to share with you that in coordinator countries, we have met 7 times for the coordination of these meetings of the full group and deliverables. 4 meetings have been organized with a group. And this is the same slide, but in English. And then finally, we observed the 3 activities that have been contemplated in order to finalize that which has been raised in this group for 2024. Thank you. Thank you. If there are questions on this specific topic. Panama. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. And listening to this working group that for us, in fact, all of them are important, but this one in particular, it is quite striking because Panama is not even in the radar of the subject of having a percentage for this index or for this score. And I would like to ask, what are these steps, or at least what are the first firm steps in order for an institute to subscribe or join these methodologies, taking into account that we have a lot of information, databases, the population and housing census, surveys, household surveys, investment has been made in programs, in softwares, if necessary, firstly, to have a team of how that team will be set up in order to advance with this, that for us is extremely important. We have received training on how to implement this methodology through models, through cartography, through satellite images, but we don't know if we need to incorporate or Panamanize, make Panama-like models that can be applicable to our geography and thus move forward, because definitely this is a subject that has been broadly discussed and analyzed internally in the institution. However, we want to know which ones would be precisely those steps in order to reach these estimates and implementation of models. Thank you, Panama. Yes, I think that question should be answered from ECLAC, from the division. Well, the statistics division has a regional advisor and has been visiting many countries upon request of the countries for technical assistance. I will ask Andres Gutierrez. He is here in front. Please raise your hand, Andres. So that now, during the break, you can agree and see how you can request and begin the support process for technical assistance that will allow the group to use the tools that the working group is building in terms of that process. Thank you. World Bank now. I just wanted to say that as World Bank, in our mission, this is a key topic. We have been supporting different statistics offices in different regions, and thus to identify vulnerable populations and design focused, addressed interventions. So we are working on reviewing methodologies for the estimate of small ones, advantages, disadvantages of different methods, depending on the data that statistical offices have. Also best practices of programming with available codes. We do training, and therefore we can look for an instance in order to collaborate with the group, in spite of the fact that we were not in the past meetings when the group was set up, but we would be interested in collaborating in some way, if possible. Thank you. Pajo. Yes, thanks for the opportunity from Pajo. It is very important for us, the estimate of small areas, particularly because of that related to the social determinants of health and social inequalities, specifically in those geographic territories or areas where you need with greater accuracy to have this type of analysis. In that context, I would like to convey a concern in that there is a lack of an analytical methodology in terms of social inequalities, either in health or education and others, that call for methodology in order to do this analysis of inequalities in small areas. It would be a very relevant topic. Hopefully, another element is that in health, a subject that is of great interest is how countries can generate data of health indicators, but not only at subnational geographic area level, but to other indicators. I'm not speaking about household surveys, but administrative data For example, the National Institute of Statistics knows that indicators are built with numerator and denominators. And sometimes there is a difficulty, especially in health, in the denominator of the indicators to be disaggregated. It's also a concern that should be expressed to the National Statistical Institutes. Now, Mexico, and then I go back to you, FAO. Thank you. FAO. First, I would like to acknowledge this task of methodologies in Latin America. In Mexico, we would like to emphasize the communication of these methodologies. How do you share results we are seeing? And it's necessary to have the estimate of small areas, but sometimes for users, it's somewhat confusing what we are providing as information. We need to clarify a bit more clarity of what information is being provided. Thank you, Mexico. Now, FAO. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. In FAO, we are finishing our first project where we support some countries in the estimates of small areas to provide data on food security. And with such a small budget, we have been able to support 4 countries remotely to build models and analyze results. And this is a working line that we are trying to increase. And thus, I would like to express interest in participating in this working group as an observer, if possible. We are highly interested in the subject in FAO and how to support countries in implementing these methodologies for solving food insecurity. Thank you, Ecuador. As I was going to give the floor to Colombia, then, yes, thank you. My idea, in order to link this to what we said in the first day of census, I'm glad that these needs have come up. You realize how the first day there were some conceptual differences of approaches of census manuals. And the colleagues have told us how they have supported and not leaving anyone behind. However,
in other spaces, we have discussed conceptual frameworks that have to be updated when it comes to the publishing of official results. So the idea is how institutes are able to implement these techniques that combine several sources of information in order to conduct estimations of phenomena that household surveys are not able to achieve. And at the end of the day, as mentioned by our Mexican colleague, they become official statistics for the user. It doesn't matter because what they wanted to know is what is happening in a specific territory. On the first day, we debated at length about the imputation, households, how much, and so on. In the resolution, we were analyzing the way in which to do this. When we talked about modernizing censuses, being very aware that not everyone has the same capability, but the truth of the matter is that local authorities require, and especially users also require this, that we are able to increasingly provide better quality information. And thus, we shouldn't or rather, we should open up our minds a little more to updating this. Innovation implies updating recommendations, standards that govern these official statistics. That is what I wanted to say. Thank you very much, Roberto. So let us now begin. Let us now continue with Central Stat because so that they can ask all the questions. Thank you very much. I would like to submit to your consideration as from Centro Estado to participate as observer in this working group on the incorporation of small areas. I believe that what a statistical office from a region has suggested is, I believe that that is very interesting. We would like to know those activities, uh, be aware of those activities, and therefore we would like to request the opportunity of participating there. I've consulted with the technical secretariat, and there's absolutely no impediment in the sense that you may be able to participate. Okay, thank you very much. Undoubtedly, this is an exercise, as I said at the beginning of the presentation, that we're all interested in. Once again, the statistical methodologies are quite robust, and they have been applied in many, many scenarios in many, many different ways. And that is why we want to build this guideline. Panama is not in the heat map be, simply because they didn't answer. That is why you're not present there. But that doesn't mean that we don't have open doors in our group, so that absolutely every single country that wishes to contribute in one way or another, they may be able to do so, so that we and that it will enable us to review the methodologies, the exercises that we're working on. In that heat map, you can see that there are many countries that already have some of these apps. And of course, we're willing to share that with the rest of the countries. When it comes to the generation uh, of these small area estimation statistics, they are based on a very good sampling, and thus we require to have censuses that are increasingly of better quality, collected in whatever manner, but we need a good sampling, a good geostatistics base, and after that, the support of surveys or of administrative records so that we can produce that. And therefore, what we do is to consolidate here all the work that our NSOs, the work that our NSOs do. And we thank you for the clarification. We have nothing against having the FAO and Centro Estado as observers. You are very welcome to review what we're doing, and therefore we will indeed take you into consideration for future meetings. And the World Bank as well. Yes, no problem. Okay, thank you, Piedad. And again, I offer the floor to you for the presentation on the guideline of metadata for the implementation of generic methods in statistical models. Thank you, Chair. For us, it is very important to share the progress that we have achieved in the working group guide for the management guide for metadata management and the implementation of the genetic statistical business process models, known as GSBPM, because of its as a result of its acronym in English. The idea was to generate an exhaustive diagnosis about the standards of statistical standards, and specifically with regards the MGP and the management of metadata. And this will enable us to have a clear vision of the progress and the challenges in the region, but will also be a basis for the drafting of a technical guideline with practical recommendations. This guideline is aimed at promoting the exchange of good practices between member countries and the incorporation of innovations that strengthen statistical production. In order to achieve this objective, we have focused our efforts in the development of this work plan. We began with the development of an instrument to identify the status of implementation of this in ECLA countries. The idea is for it to be exhaustive and to encompass all the relevant aspects of implementation and the documentation. Now we have also made 50% progress in the preliminary analysis in the generation and management of metadata in statistical processes of countries. So we're using this analysis in order to adjust and improve the instrument before we officially launch it during the third week of September. As mentioned, we have made progress in the design of the instrument in the following manner. First of all, we clearly define the scope of the questionnaire to understand the implementation of this in countries. We also selected the standards included in the questionnaire for the production of statistics. We also selected key questions that ensure that the data that we collect are consistent and useful for an adequate diagnosis. And finally, we checked and improved the questionnaire so that it is easy to understand and easy to use by participant countries. The questionnaire that we have developed is organized in terms of several modules. Module A identifies the NSO that fills in the questionnaire. Module B, the implementation of GSBPM in each country, ensuring that statistical principles are applied adequately. In Module C, we have the documentation that supports the statistical production to guarantee that they adhere to international standards. The following modules cover additional aspects. Module D explores the nomenclatures and classifications used in the production of statistics, and Module E identifies the standards for data transmission. Module F reviews the guidelines and applied experiences. Module G deals with the documentation of differential and intersectional approach, and H identifies additional tools to support these technical documents. The product, this working group not only identifies good practices and common challenges, but also generates specific recommendations in order to improve metadata management. It also promotes cooperation between countries, creating a framework for continuous monitoring, and contributes to the development of regional policies to strengthen the statistical capabilities throughout the region. So far, Danaya has led the creation of this document, and we will be sharing this with the technical secretariat first of all. But as from now, it is crucial to have the active collaboration of member countries in order to ensure that this instrument truly reflects the realities and needs of the region, and thus make joint progress with this important project. Within the context of Activity 1, we will receive the feedback from countries in the following aspects. First of all, how it is that we can improve the process to apply the questionnaire in member countries, making sure that it's clear and applicable in different contexts. Secondly, with regards to the relevance and usefulness of the instrument that has been developed in order to guarantee that it truly responds to the needs of each country when it comes to the management of metadata. Thirdly, any suggestion that you may have in order to optimize the feedback and adjustment process of the questionnaire before we proceed with its implementation. Now, with regards to the next steps for Activity 1, we will submit the questionnaire for identifying the implementation and documentation of the GSBPM. After that, we will conduct all the necessary adjustments in accordance with the comments, and we will conduct pilot programs of the questionnaire before we implement it in the final collection tool. Now, during 2024, the group has made significant progress in activity number 2, which focuses on the analysis of the generation and management of metadata in ECLAC countries. So we have identified the metadata practices via the review of available documents in the web pages of 18 countries. Now, despite the fact that this analysis has had certain limitations as a result of the variability and the availability of information, we have obtained an initial context and we have established some future recommendations. So we have focused our analysis on 4 key areas. The first one is best practices, where we identified codes and principles of good practice in metadata management. Secondly, statistical production models, so where we reviewed the standard models used by statistical officers in each country. The third, documentation, well, we analyzed the availability of guides, manuals to document statistical processes. And in the fourth one, we analyzed the methodologies, the metadata management methodologies in statistical processes. This analysis has enabled us to make several key contributions to the region. First of all, it facilitates the identification and documentation of best practices in metadata management, which can be which may be adopted by other countries. Secondly, it generates specific recommendations in order to improve the implementation of models when it comes to statistical production. Thirdly, it contributes to capacity building in member countries, promoting the use of guidelines and effective manuals. And finally, it promotes collaboration and exchange of knowledge among countries, creating a common base of resources and practices that can be adapted to national needs. Now, in order to delve deeper in this analysis, it is important to involve an active participation of member countries. The participation will be crucial so that our specific documents and to create documents, specific documents and links, and that will enable us to have a complete and accurate outlook of the practices and challenges when it comes to metadata management in the region. Specifically, the participation of countries is geared towards three key aspects. First of all, the project, the comprehensive nature of the project, encompassing all the areas in metadata management. Secondly, how we can improve the participation of NSO so that the document, the instrument reflects the needs of each country. And thirdly, ease of access and communication among all participants. Now, to conclude, and as next steps of this activity too, we will conduct a detailed review of the documents and guidelines contributed by member countries. After that, we will consolidate the inventory of metadata management, integrating and organizing all the information that is collected. Thank you very much, and we look forward to your collaboration. Thank you very much, Piedad, once again. And I now again open up the floor for those that wish to share a comment. Okay, we thank Colombia, and we now go to the presentation on the manual for the integration of administrative data related to childhood and teenagers that will be delivered by the Chilean Statistical Institute. Thank you, Chair. As mentioned, we will be talking about this manual, which focuses on the use of administrative data, which is in fact an issue that we have already discussed in previous sessions during this seminar. The co-leaders of the group are INE Chile and INE Uruguay, and our technical secretariat is UNICEF, and I would certainly thank them for always continuously working during the second phase of the working group, because this working group as such began during 2022-2023 and that biennium. Now, what is the progress that we have achieved? Well, during the first quarter of the year, we were devoted to identifying the resources so that we could make progress with this manual. UNICEF is contributing with a consultant that is in charge of the coordination and the drafting of this document. We also made progress with this work plan, defining the schedule of the group, and we organized several meetings with our counterparts and with all members of the working group, which is comprised of 20 countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. Here, I would again like to thank all the members that are active collaborators, because we maintain a very fluid discussion and collaboration.
And then, how are we addressing the document? The document as such, the idea is to have the methodological line commenting on the integration of administrative data, what is being done in other countries, how we're moving ahead, what does the literature recommend, but also have case studies in relation to what is being done in the region. And so we summon countries to apply and present cases that they had either already concluded or were working on related to the use of administrative data focused on childhood and adolescence. So we selected, and we had 4 main cases selected. And regardless of this, I remind all countries who are members of the group to continue telling us of their experiences, because as I was saying, the idea, this document should reflect the heterogeneous nature of the region and may find elements to help everyone. The idea of not leaving anyone behind is present constantly in this group. And thinking now with these selected case studies, we're moving ahead in this logic of being able to draft the document. It will contain 3 chapters. A first one talking about models, frameworks, and applications of administrative data. And I believe that we're all clear that the data has many advantages, but are not produced for a particular statistical purpose. And so this processing, quality study, and others that is necessary is we want to touch these aspects. And when we're speaking of not only integration of people data, but we're focusing on childhood and adolescence, we must show that this particular group has special characteristics. And this too is an important focus of this document. Chapter 2 focuses on how this is to SDGs. What are we strengthening? What are we promoting when we begin working, linking these persons' administrative data to children and adolescents? In chapter 2 and throughout chapter 3, we will be mentioning these concrete cases of the regional examples of what is happening and what countries are doing. And here I reiterate our invitation for you to comment on this with your technical teams back home so that you may continue to inform us of your experience. We need to have a lot, and we must have experiences from all countries. Now, contributions as such to this working group and the handbook that we're working on the one hand, is supporting the debate on the inclusion of the rights of children and adolescents. And as I was saying, this group in particular, we must begin to see it with that duality, not only the statistics, the data, but who are we making visible with this data? And then the proportion, the technical advice, and using this for statistics on childhood. There are 20 countries taking part in the working group from Latin America and the Caribbean. We've chosen 4 case studies: Brazil, Chile, Peru, and Uruguay. Brazil said that they would be interested in increasing and commenting on the integration of vital statistics and estimates of births and deaths. In the case of Peru, they will be speaking of their provincial and district monetary poverty map that they published in 2018. In the case of Uruguay, they have initiatives on the use of administrative data within the framework of their Xxiii system. And in the case of Chile, we will be commenting on a project of a few years back focusing on migrant adolescents. And since we are disseminating the work done in the last millennium, in Chile, Uruguay, ECLAC, and supported by UNICEF, we drafted an index where we've classified countries based on their maturity in the use of administrative data, 4 categories. So this particular work will be presented in Medellin in the month of November during the World Data Forum. And so for you to be up to date with that, we will be working with UNICEF and CIPAL, giving the view of why this is so important regionally. And we have spoken quite a lot regarding the importance of administrative data. And to conclude, next steps and what we're working on now, we will, of course, continue to review the literature with specific data from each country. And then we will work on the draft to meet the key dates next year and have the document ready. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Chile, for that presentation, and also congratulate you on that initiative to show in the World Data Forum. And as a region, we should be able to show our progress made. Peru, yes. Thank you, Chair. Well, I'd like to congratulate the National Statistics Office of Chile, who is doing the coordination of this. And one of the case studies is undoubtedly the poverty map. And I agree here with Roberto that we're returning to the topic. It is very important. This also has to do with minor areas. The monetary poverty map we calculated at district level, and you need not only a good population census without omissions in certain areas, because we could have a low omission, but when we are reviewing the information in areas, quite likely in that particular area, we have the greatest omission. And that makes it difficult to study these minor areas because they're no longer minor. We need to aggregate all that, and that is an issue. And not only that, but also the administrative records. These studies of minor areas, and I apologize for going to the previous group, are also used to validate administrative records. And these administrative records must be necessarily impregnated of good statistical practices. And so, therefore, it is necessary to have coordination with each institution so that this be possible. As the INE of Chile said, the administrative records are not designed to produce statistics, but with the coordination and teaching what we can all have for decision making, I think it is possible to make major headway, and the administrative records may have the necessary fields. It's not easy because an administrative record, when it is shaped originally, is difficult to change later on. You must coordinate at the highest levels for this to happen. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Peter. Uruguay. I just wanted to congratulate the group for the work done. I believe that this is very important to show us how these administrative records may be used for important topics such as this one. Thank you. Thank you very much, Uruguay, for your co-leadership in this group. I see no further requests. UNESCO, please. Thank you, Chair. For our part, we would really like to congratulate all groups for the work done, but especially the group on administrative records related to children and adolescents, coordinated with UNICEF. We're not part of the group, but we're very attentive to the outcome. And the statistics that UNESCO has, clearly the most important are the educational statistics that occasionally affect this population. With the examples shown, we still do not have sectoral statistics, but when that does happen, of course, at UNESCO, we are prepared to support the group, not only technically with our Statistics Institute, but also with the network of the education statisticians that we have at the statistics offices at the ministries of education. Thank you. Thank you, UNESCO. And since it is now 11:10, we will now invite you to a 20-minute coffee break to share coffee, and we will see you back here to continue with the working groups. Thank you. Wow, pero muchas gracias. Qué servicio. Sí, fantástico. Ya, vamos.
Bueno, vamos a retomar la sesión. La presidenta tuvo que asistir a una reunión breve, así que me pidió continuar por ahora con la...
We'll continue chairing this event. On this part of the program, we already have two presentations that we already addressed before coffee. So now, tools for mainstreaming of the gender perspective in the statistics generation process by Mexico, INEGI. I will not read the working group for the development of tools of the mainstreaming of the gender perspective in the statistical production process. As you said at the beginning, the review of all the general progress. This is a web page. It's not a working group, a web page where different experiences will be shared. The main objective of this working group is to provide tools so as to mainstream the gender perspective in all the phases of production process of the statistical process. We will bring together and make available good practices, examples, strategies, actions that have been used by different NSIs and that can provide a consultation tool for those who want to make progress along these lines. Specific objectives, it's to compile experiences, those that will allow us to see the mainstreaming and intersectionality of the gender approach, but also providing elements to strengthen this in the guide throughout the statistical production process, and provide interactive tools. That is, that people can reach a website and see how those tools are working, and also optimize the times in order for queries to be completed in the web. What is this website going to include? Well, conceptual and normative documents, methodologies, batteries of indicators, forms. You have them all here. But this will be based on the production phases where they can consult directly each one of the tools. And also in the production process, you have the standardization of regulatory concepts that are key for this front. Now, if we go to details, we'll have a glossary. It will have frameworks, information about civil, political, social rights, and the structural nodes to achieve gender equality. So to identify those nodes or see and overcome these barriers that we face in order to mainstream that perspective in all statistics. On regulatory framework, it will have a timeline of international and regional instruments, some national examples also, to see what's the process, and thus follow up on those that have left an area, or how they have improved, or how regulations have changed and have improved. So if a country wants to begin, not to start from scratch, to at least know how much progress has been made, how omissions have been solved, and therefore the monitoring of the regulatory framework is more complete. Of course, each country will have its uniqueness, but these tools will be provided on the regulatory basis. Some examples of how content is going to be there. There will be content for each one of the 8 phases of the statistical process. For example, here we have 4 examples. You will be able to identify as to specifics or needs to consider the main documents with substantive conceptual definitions of gender glossaries, in order to support the needs and designs of an instrument in order to produce information and be able to mainstream the perspective or the gender perspective. There will be SDGs indicators also. And why is it necessary to move forward in this line and not begin from scratch? Another examples, here we go to construction, dissemination, forums on gender issues implemented by NSOs, MAWs, social organizations, and academia proposals that sometimes, and some of them have been implemented, but also all the teaching documents and materials and manuals in order to be used for training for those that will collect information. And so it's important that persons be updated and have all instruments at hand, and also guides, manuals, in dissemination, manuals, guides, websites with recommendations on the use of inclusive language in statistical production and how to present results in order to identify gaps and see what progress has been made therein. The mechanics of work, perhaps there have been monthly meetings. The last one was in August, some days ago, and 6 of the phases have been addressed to the processing and analysis of information. And these meetings are via Zoom in order to facilitate the documentation. And contributions have been received from different offices and participants. And they are done with a form and say, look, I have this tool, I share it. And then you can see what is the type of instrument. Is it a guide, a video, a form, a manual that is made available to all the people participating in this working group in order to have everything orderly and at hand. Examples of resources in the toolbox. We had previous resources prior to the meetings, and then we had 23 before, and now 75. On this side, we have all the meetings that support the UN Women, and other organizations have provided us with a lot of tools, strategies that we can make available to all who are participating. We have had participation of all these countries here listed, 147 resources that have been included in the shared document with the participation of the following countries, as well as ECLAC, UN, and UN Women, or UN Women. And here we have a guides, manual, set of indicators, regulatory website. And what are the upcoming activities? We will continue to work in a very special phase of evaluation in order to feedback on following rounds, but then develop recommendations, adjustments to the toolbox in the development of the toolbox proposal and the interactive version of it on the internet, and the commissioning of the toolbox on test page. But I would like to acknowledge CEPAL and everybody and those that have helped us to identify where the website is going to be available for next year. That's it. Thank you. Thanks to the delegation of Mexico for the presentation. We have a space for comments, questions. UN Women, please go ahead. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I would like to underline the importance of this working group for UN Women.
And of course, the leadership of the INEGI during this whole process. In addition to that, I would like to mention that this is a process that is continuity to the guideline of gender mainstreaming that was approved in October 2023. In other words, we not only want to have the how, the what's of the recommendations, but also the hows, so that teams that seek gender mainstreaming may have all these tools available, and the search that we make when we begin with this process may be much more efficient, consolidated, and undoubtedly highlights good practices and can be easily identified. I would simply like to highlight the contribution and the discussion and encourage you also that within your national statistical offices, you may also promote the fact that the teams that are working the focal points may share all these good practice tools that Mexico has mentioned and that are within this toolkit so that we can effectively nourish this microsite and so that it can be useful and co-created by all of us for the benefit of all of us. I would just like to invite you to the learning session that we already mentioned, where we will present we will present the guide, and we will also talk about toolkit issues during the World Data Forum. Thank you, UN Women. I would just like to make a comment. Have you considered the issue of language? Will that be a bilingual platform, or is it only in Spanish for now? That is a question. If there are no more comments, well, very quickly, yes. Today, yes, that we will develop a bilingual platform, and the resources that can be translated will be translated. This is a web page for now that is only in Spanish. We won't be translating every single detail, but everything that is translatable will be translated, yes. Thank you. Now we move on to the next group, which is the guideline to produce an integrated system of welfare indicators by INDEC of Argentina. This will be an online presentation that will be delivered by Leandro Olivo. Leandro, please. I am not Leandro. I am the responsible for this team. First of all, I'd like to ask whether you can hear me well. Some initial words to highlight the work conducted by all countries in the region in this guideline uh, for an integrated system of well-being indicators. And I would just like to highlight one aspect because Leandro will talk about the objectives, progress, the work dynamics, and the next steps, or the steps that have to be followed. The participative nature of this working group, the dynamic that was established by countries that form part of this, led us to redefine the work agenda and to hold additional meetings and to make this much more participative. And therefore, I would like to highlight and congratulate the dynamic that we established in this working group that seeks to be very analytical and to have a minimum set of well-being for the whole region of Latin America and the Caribbean. The team is comprised of Juan Manuel Damián, Andrea Gómez Vargas, Leandro Dibones, and others, and Leandro will deliver the presentation. Good morning, everyone. I would like to begin this presentation by referring to the issues discussed by the working group and the main contributions that were shared. First of all, we believe that what is very important is to define well-being as a multidimensional phenomenon and also to determine the most important background information when it comes to measuring well-being, both at an international and regional level. And the well-being indicator systems used by each country. Leandro, please, this is not in presentation mode, your presentation, nor are you changing the slides of the presentation?
Ahora está listo. Muchas gracias.
Okay. Yes, thank you. And I apologize for this delay. As previously mentioned, first of all, we feel it's fundamental to establish a definition of well-being as a multidimensional phenomenon and to collect all the background information about the measurement of well-being both at an international and regional level, and also considering the various national experiences when it comes to the development of well-being indicators. We believe these are fundamental inputs when it comes to producing this guideline, and the publication by OECD ECLAC about well-being in the area measures well-being in the region. Secondly, we also feel how to implement the measurement of well-being, and thus agree within the working group and among the participant countries a scheme of well-being that incorporates the approach, the timeline approach, present and future well-being, and also the components of each type of well-being. Well-being in the present world, the material conditions and quality of life, and when it comes to future well-being, the sustainability over time. And once we have established those fundamental aspects, we feel it's necessary to advance towards a definition of the dimensions of each one of these aspects and then move on to the indicators. In this next step, we are able to approach to the definition of a minimum set of indicators. And we must also consider the differences in data availability and the uses of sources in each one of the participant countries, and also that phenomena that each country deems necessary when it comes to measuring well-being. We also established the definition of central themes for each one of the dimensions, so that each country may include their own specificities as criteria for the selection of criteria. Finally, we also believed that it was important to define a whole series of recommendations and good practices when it comes to viewing indicators, also when it comes to producing data dashboards in order to show the sets of well-being indicators, and also when it comes to producing very concrete measurements that enable the comparability of well-being and also their evolution over time. We believe that this uh, produces important contributions for the region. First of all, we develop theoretical and methodological guidelines to think about a common language when it comes to talking about well-being in the region, considering the differences in each country. And we also believe that this can contribute to the use of various sources, surveys, administrative records, and censuses in the region, and primarily provide tools to measure well-being, both at an individual and social level. We are aware that many of the countries that participate in the working group already have well-being indicator sets, but we believe their participation is fundamental in order to establish recommendations and good practice, and also to rediscuss the indicators that they have included in their systems. And this in turn can be a kickoff, a starting point for countries that don't have well-being systems, so that they can begin to work on this, and so that they can consider this as an input for the monitoring and assessment of public policies, and also to analyze national and international goals. Analyzing the progress of the group in this first 6 months, we believe that it has been very positive. During the first half of the year, we made progress in terms of analyzing the literature and the statistical background information in the region. And we also moved towards a consensus definition of well-being. Likewise, we also defined the scheme with the main aspects and the dimensions that we believe are most accurate when it comes to measuring well-being in the region. In order to be aware of the status of each participant country, we developed a diagnostic questionnaire, and we also systematized the information provided by each participant country. And during the second part of this 6-month period, we were able to select indicators for the aspect related to material conditions. And we worked with the 3 dimensions, which is income, housing, and employment. And for this purpose, we defined, and based on the exchanges held in each one of the meetings, a whole set of fundamental central themes that we believe conceptualize and measure each one of the dimensions in the best possible fashion, and also include criteria for the selection of indicators, and likewise a set of minimum indicators in each one of these for each one of these aspects. We also wanted to share with you some of the metrics of this working groups and the inputs that we have worked with at present. 9 countries participate in the working group. We have already held 6 meetings. By tomorrow, tomorrow we will hold an additional meeting, and we're trying to hold 1 meeting per month, considering that we have a lot of work to do, and our results are very ambitious. As previously mentioned, we have already concluded 3 dimensions: housing, employment, and income, and we have defined 15 thematic 15 themes, and we worked with 90 indicators that we summarized in 5 minimum indicators for each one of these dimensions. I would also like to share with you some of the inputs that we have been working on. This is shared working material, and we can see, first of all, the questionnaire that we used to establish a diagnosis and the status of each participant country, and also a matrix of indicators. In this sense, this refers to the housing dimension. Each dimension has its own indicator matrix that we discussed in each meeting. We discussed points in common, differences, data availability, and finally, something that we believe is fundamental is that these central themes enable us to bring these indicators together. Prior to each meeting, we exchanged the central themes that each country has defined as relevant, and during the meetings, we discuss them so that we can arrive at a consensus definition in terms of which are the most relevant and accurate. Finally, a schedule that establishes our next steps and the work that has already been conducted. We already dealt with the conceptual and methodological aspects of well-being. We analyzed prior experiences, and we concluded with the material conditions aspect.
And now, what's left of the working group biennium, we're thinking of moving ahead until early 2025, and then continue with this pace of work and collaboration among participating countries with the quality of life and other dimensions that comprise it. And then in early 2025, we would like to move towards the definition of indicators and central themes for sustainability and future well-being. And then in the last part of the year, move towards these guidelines in terms of visualizing the data and drafting systems of indicators, as also the methodological definitions for the drafting of summaries and measures that are compatible at local as well as regional level. Of course, at the same time, we will be drafting the guideline, which we hope will be a collaborative work among the various participating countries and may include, so that everyone may include their contributions to the document. Thank you. Very well. Thank you very much, Leandro, Andrea, and the INDEC team for that presentation and the progress made with this working group. If we tie this to what was said by Stefan Weinspers on day one, that at global level we have this ongoing discussion regarding beyond GDP, the work being done by this group aligns very well with that other theme and how we speak of well-being beyond the strictly monetary indicators. Now we have time for comments or questions. Peru, you have the floor. Thank you, Javier. Precisely. I was going to comment on that. What Stefan had said regarding the system of national accounts and the chapter of beyond GDP, and where there was a discussion as to whether the indicators are left in a sort of control panel or move towards a synthetic indicator. Seemingly, and he said this quite clearly, it would not be an indicator such as the IDH, not a synthetic indicator, and I believe that this too should be discussed in this working group. Synthetic indicators, in this case, is indicators of well-being. There may be international comparability. I'm saying this because although it is true that there are dimensions, each country has their own specific indicators. We do not all have the same statistical production, nor do we all use administrative records in the same way. And so we would have to consider whether it is sufficient to have a control panel as the OECD does, and that they in reality do not have a synthetic indicator. That was my concern. And I would also ask, entering the group were not members, and so I would request Argentina that we may join the working group. Thank you. Thank you, Peru. Any further comment? Argentina, yes. Merely two clarifications. I believe there's still a lot of discussion, and I agree with what has been said regarding the synthetic indicators, because ultimately these aspects end up being a little discretional. How do we link them together to have a synthetic indicator? And I think that there is still a lot of discussions to be held. We at INDEC have already published one panel, a table, if you like. There's one called Integrated System of Social Indicators. And the idea is to go showing this with traffic lights and so on, that for the time being, this is what we feel comfortable with. If maybe tomorrow methodological, we determine how to define an indicator, that would be fine. But so far, this is what we've got. Thank you. Well, if there are no further comments, we will move on to the next group, which is the practical guide for production of harmonized statistics on forced displacement and migration, presented by the National Institutes of Statistics in Honduras. Thank you. Thank you, Javier. And well, we will now show the progress made by this group, which is the practical guide for production of harmonized statistics on forced displacement and migration. I would like to say that there are 12 members in this group, or everyone with many good contributions, and also we have the GIPS is with its head office in Switzerland, and Centrostat. And in the last few days, we've had requests to join, expression of interest by the World Alliance for Sustainable Information and the Norwegian Council for Refugees were interested in belonging and being a member of this group. The technical secretariat is quite robust. We have ECLAC, CELADE, and the Statistics Division, and also UN HCR, and the IOM. The idea is to help the adoption and implementation of the recommendations of the group of experts regarding these data on people who are displaced and migrants. What have we been doing as a group? This index was presented as requested right from the start, and we will see later on how it is made up. And we're now about to distribute the questionnaire to assess the capacities of NSOs for statistics and future planning, with special emphasis on the inclusion of refugees, the internally displaced and stateless persons. So what is being proposed as part of the content of this guideline of good practices? As you can see here, the chapters, acronyms, background, definitions, glossary, and 5, everything that has to do with the methodologies for measurement, the typologies for migration, forced displacement. But when we're speaking of forced displacement, usually people think that the cause is violence and insecurity, but this also includes natural disasters due to climate change. This, we should keep it in mind that when we're speaking of forced displacement, this also includes climate change and natural disasters. Part of the guideline includes guidelines for national surveys as well as censuses, administrative records, how to measure with these 3 sources, an integration of statistics on forced displacement, refugees, and stateless persons with statistics, the use of data coming from many data sources, other sources that are not necessarily coming from state organizations. Another one for institutional articulation, assessment of durable solutions for internally displaced persons through the national statistics systems, and then strategies for communication and outreach, and then recommendations. 2 annexes, one regional international frameworks, and the other a regional diagnosis as such. The group has had 2 meetings online, one in February to present and share the work plan, and the other one now on August the 16th to share the document that will be later distributed among NSOs in order to measure and diagnose the situation of each office with regard to statistic production on displaced persons. And here, I would like to highlight that we have an expert that was hired by UNHCR that is supporting us with the form. And right now, this is still a draft, but we're already thinking of receiving the latest comments and then begin to share it and draft the diagnosis. The questionnaire has these 8 sections: migration history, characterization of persons who are displaced, overcoming the IDP status, sources of information, that is whether NSOs have data from administrative records, census surveys, and then another one to see the legal framework, the publication of the information, interinstitutional coordination of NSOs with other agencies or institutions, and the statistical production as such on displaced persons and migration. So this is the content of the questionnaire that would be sent to NSOs. Now, what contributions are we hoping that this guideline will have? First of all, to hear the capacity of NSOs for this sort of statistics, to diagnose the status of each NSO and learn of the mechanisms that they use to produce information on this area, censuses, administrative records, and others. And also how to, based on the recommendations by the group of experts, because they propose the guidelines, and what the working group is doing is bring it to the region to see how we can standardize it among all offices. Next activities, well, applying the diagnostic questionnaire, which is almost ready. The next step would be to send it to the offices to be filled out and then do the diagnosis. Move ahead in the preparation of the guide of good practices. Once the questionnaire has been completed by NSOs, to begin with the diagnosis. And in addition, we must say, we're not what we want is not for this guideline to replace what has been done so far in this area, but rather it is a supplement on how to move ahead and go from statistics or domestic displacement figures to statistics on forced displacement. And then prepare a compiled document that identifies and compares existing international recommendations and instruments on migration and internal displacement, refugees and stateless persons, to see what is being done in other countries, learn of other experiences, and having a backup document on what is being done in other regions of the world. And to conclude, well, continue with the bilateral meetings. Once NSOs have completed the form, the idea is to meet up with each one of them in order to see in greater detail what has been done, and then finalize the document, and then hold seminars, hybrid, in person and online, to support each country with the adoption of these recommendations by the group of experts. And to conclude, I merely would like to recognize the work done by member countries who have taken part very actively, and ask this conference to support when it comes to having the latest version of the document for this to be distributed. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Honduras. And now we have time for comments. And UNHCR. Thank you. I thank you for that presentation. I wanted to add with some information with regard to this, which is, of course, is no easy topic. Say that the World Forum on Refugees last year, held in December in Geneva, 5 countries of the region committed to improve the production of statistics on displaced persons, and these are Honduras, El Salvador, Costa Rica, Peru, and Chile. And also there are several other countries that, although they did not formally agree to do this, they are nevertheless making a major effort in this regard.
Within this framework, the INE in Honduras is releasing the international recommendations on statistics for internal displacement. And it is quite novel. It would be the first time that that we would have official statistics on this topic. INE Peru is also carrying out similarly some other surveys for household and looking at the non-Peruvian populations. Also, the inclusion of displacement of migrants will be part of the next continuous household survey. So the idea of this group and the reason why UNHCR is working it will be basically about collecting statistics and data, not also, but also contributing to the budgets. The idea is to have a practical guide that will contribute and help supplement the information that is available. Amongst the recommendations, because there's three. One is on internal displacement, the stateless people, and other migration statuses. But the idea is to release the national offices from these burdens, and sometimes it's not as easy for them to harmonize. So it should be a guide, practical guide, if I may add that word, to help. It's important to have these official statistics because we take a look at many operational data, such as that of the UN, and having official statistics allows the countries to work on public policies that could fill the voids that may arise in these population groups. It is a commitment that all of our countries have. Well, within the 2030 agenda, it includes the more vulnerable populations. And of course, here we have the displaced populations and migrants. Thank you. Thank you, Xxiii. And Peru has the floor. I would also like to take advantage, Peter mentioned this earlier, in joining the group on measurement of well-being, all you have to do is include the focal point and we will include you in the group. You have the floor. Thank you, Javier. I would first like to congratulate Honduras for leading this working group. I feel it is very important. And of course, as UNHCR mentioned, we are committed to participate and support all efforts made for statistics around migrants and refugees. I'd also like to thank the UNHCR, the World Bank, because they've allowed our household survey, which is a huge survey. It is carried out from January to December, and it has been the case for many years. We're including in this sample a sample of Venezuelans and other foreigners. Especially thinking of the case of Venezuelans in Peru. We have over 1.5 million Venezuelans that entered the country since 2018. In 2017, when we carried out the population census, we found 42,000 Venezuelans. And today, there is over 1.5 million. So this work is being done. We are executing now, and we hope to have comparable figures. We carried out the same study in 2018. And we would like to further compare with the information we obtained this year in 2024. Thank you. Before giving the floor back to Honduras, are there any other comments? No. Okay, so Honduras has the floor. Thank you, Javier. I just wanted to very quickly say that the group is open. We are still welcoming members. We're very happy with the group and the work that is being done. So please just approach us. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, we're a little early. And we have two groups that were going to be in the afternoon. We're going to hold their presentations earlier. So we'll first hear from the INE in Costa Rica on strengthening environmental statistics, and then the INEGI from Mexico on the reference guide for administrative records of the police. So first, the INEGI from Costa Rica. You have the floor. We can't hear you, Catherine. Can you see my screen? Yes, we can. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present the advances of the working group that we are elaborating. We have the recommendations to strengthen the official statistics. The objectives, well, strengthening the official environmental statistics systems integrated into the national statistical systems of Latin America and the Caribbean countries by means of a document of recommendations. Another objective is to review and analyze the results of the diagnosis of the situation and governance of environmental statistics, which will be carried out by the Statistics Division of ECLAC, and identifying experiences on good statistical practices in the countries to strengthen the environmental statistics. And of course, identifying opportunities for collaboration to strengthen the capacities of national statistical offices and in the generation dissemination of this information. In this group, we have 14 member countries: Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Cuba, Ecuador, Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, Panama, that's Mexico, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, Dominican Republic, and Venezuela. And I would like to thank all of these countries for their active participation in the working group. We also have the IOM and UN Women and the Technical Secretariat that has been instrumental in capturing the experiences and efforts made by all these countries in adding gender perspective and environmental matters. And we also have their ongoing support as well as from the UN Environmental Program, as well as the Census Office in Costa Rica. During 2024, we confirmed the focal points and participating countries, basically formalizing the task force. And the idea was to guide the work of this group. We also elaborated a working plan, annotated index of the document, and we confirmed the participation of Costa Rica as coordinator of the working group. There was also a presentation by the Environmental Statistics and Climate Change Unit of the Statistics Division of ECLAC on the main results of the survey on the situation of environmental statistics, indicators, and accounts of the climate change in Latin American countries. That is the main document that we base ourselves on. There were 3 meetings in early 2024. The first was to get to know the work plan. The second was a working group meeting. And the third was a follow-up. In these last 3 months, we have also made recommendations. So the structure of the document was defined at the onset, and we also illustrated what the survey states with institutional information and the production of statistics, the availability of human resources for the production of environmental statistics. And we also collected the first recommendations from all countries on the challenges that they face in order to strengthen official statistics, environmental statistics. Regarding the contents of the document, the first chapter is a diagnosis, and here we worked on this between January and July and included the initial results of the survey, and then The second chapter includes the country experiences. It compiles information from all countries, all the different experiences and methodologies on management and development of environmental statistics between the countries. And the third chapter is the opportunities for cooperation. Here we're going to focus on the need to strengthen official statistics, environmental statistics systems, and opportunities to strengthen these official environmental statistics systems. This will happen between March and September 2025. The fourth chapter includes the final recommendations, and here we will take a look at the measures and good statistical practices of the countries to strengthen environmental statistics. So, basically, recommendations on governance of environmental statistics as well. As contributions to the region on behalf of this working group, we find the experiences on good statistical practices to strengthen environmental statistics. And we also recognize opportunities for collaboration to strengthen the capacities of national statistical offices, as well as strengthening official environmental statistics systems integrated into the national statistical systems by means of a document of recommendations. As part of the work of the Commission, we are asking for feedback, comments on the contents of the product as it is in progress, and finally, a compilation and systematization of or standardization of experiences on good statistical practices in order to strengthen environmental statistics. And as part of this compilation, we've identified the need to have an in-person meeting. So we request the support and collaboration of the Commission to carry it out. Other activities include the compilation and standardization of experiences, basing ourselves on the work plan, coordinating. We've lost the sound. Oh, it's back. Coordinating with ECLAC on the presentation of some of the experiences of the countries, looking at the advances and the strengthening of environmental statistical capacities. Also collecting information on opportunities for collaboration on preparing these statistics and holding more meetings in order to exchange experiences on good practices in order to strengthen and improve the official environmental statistics systems document and to simply strengthen the entire environmental statistics system. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, information about progress made. We have now time for comments, questions from delegations. Yes, World Bank, go ahead. Thanks. Very interesting, everything that is being done in environmental statistics in order to strengthen and promote the integration of socio-economic environmental statistics. I wanted to say that from the World Bank, we had a tool to evaluate the productivity and capacity of statistical offices with the purpose of identifying bottlenecks, organization bottlenecks affecting productivity, estimate unit costs, and the quality of the statistical production. And that tool, given all the integration needs of socioeconomic statistics and environmental statistics, it was expanded so as to include one module of environmental statistics. And thus, questionnaires have been developed, applied to the offices, but also to the users of environmental data. And this tool that's called Green IGNOS has been applied implemented in Africa, Latin America, the Caribbean, in Colombia, and currently we are evaluating its implementation in Mexico and Chile. Chile will be a party to that. But just to say that this questionnaire also includes several topics in capacities on how to improve and generate environmental information, statistical laws, frameworks, classifications, geomatics, and subjects of organization, management, production, and dissemination of data. Perhaps it could be supplemented given that Chile, Colombia, Mexico are also in the group, the working group, and given the survey that was supplied by ECLAC, perhaps you can see how these results we are getting can be supplemented with the already accomplished work. Thank you. UNEP, please. Then UN Women. Thank you. Very briefly, I want to congratulate the work done by the group, the leadership of Costa Rica. It's very important, but also I would like to highlight the opening in order to coordinate with other initiatives that are being implemented internationally or regionally, events that we have been able to coordinate with the technical secretariat, with UNEP, with the ECLAC and Costa Rica. So we see the interest in mainstreaming gender perspective in environmental statistics, but we thank the space for the contributions and see what's the best way to do it in this very relevant subject for UN Women. UNEP now. Very briefly, I want to thank the excellent coordination and work done by Costa Rica for UNEP. It has been very important to be co-secretary jointly with ECLAC and my colleague Alcántar, the view of environmental statistics in the region. We believe it's essential to keep on opening this dimension, which is the third lagging behind pillar of sustainable development. We see with great enthusiasm the environmental issues being adopted by different institutes in the region. This product we are working is responding to something that I remember in view of our complaint of including environmental statistics. The chair at that point in Argentina said, fine, you can come, oblige us to start working this instrument. And this is the document with which we want to knock on doors of the different institutes and have, therefore, a concrete diagnosis of where can we find opportunities and start the cycle that comes in the next biennium in order to concretely work in strengthening these statistics. On the other hand, as what Andrea was saying, the gender perspective includes an additional perspective, an additional challenge. There is a meeting next week by UN Women and INEGI Mexico on similar topics, precisely about the mainstreaming of this perspective in statistics and mainly environmental ones, which is an enormous challenge. I invite the institutes to support the development of this methodologically, conceptually. There is an acceptance of how important it is, but still there is a methodological debt. And hopefully our colleague will come with important progress on that sense. Thank you, Argentina. One fast comment, because exactly an hour and 36 minutes, we published an index, the first economic, environmental, energy account. I want to thank the World Bank because it was with technical assistance from them. and tell you that it's very important that beyond the methodological assistance, to have the technical one to implement this, take it to practice with advisors that will come to the agencies. In this case, I want to highlight the assistance of World Bank. It's thanks to them that we've done it, and we are working in the future accounts. We will publish emissions, and from here to the end of the year, we'll have other accounts with consultants that come into the field and help us complete all this. Thank you. Costa Rica. Good morning, everyone. I wanted to add to Catherine's presentation and thank the collaboration of all member countries and Secretariat that has supported us to implement all the progress in the group. But what we do believe is that that's very important to coordinate all the initiatives in this connection that can occur both in different countries as well as in different agencies, so as not to duplicate efforts to use available information and resources that are always scarce in order to strengthen environmental statistics in different countries. We believe that the input that will come out of this group is going to be key and can be used in order to then guide specific projects in the areas where all countries are identifying the need that we need to reinforce, for example, governance or certain themes in order to truly strengthen this very important area for the integral development of countries. Thank you. Peru? Congratulate the coordination of this group. Really, in Peru, we are most interested in environmental statistics. We have received the support of the Statistics Division of the UN last year when a workshop was organized here in environmental statistics of ECLAC are supporting us significantly. Also, we have some forest accounts, water accounts, and we are receiving technical assistance from IMF for energy and air emissions accounts. So we are most interested, and we are in the working group, and we will coordinate. And if we can participate in something insofar as the organization of a committee, we have a technical one of statistical accounts, economic accounts of environment. Yes, we are available. Dominican Republic, yes, thank you. I also want to thank the work that is being done and say that for us, Dominican Republic, the support received from the CEPAL, from ECLAC, from UNST have made the difference. When I arrived to the NSD of Dominican Republic, I said that I would have 10 stars shining, and one of them was the creation of a Department of Environmental Statistics. It is sharing the best practices at this point in time. We have received 2 reports from Cuba, one with the Ministry of the Environment. Also we have shared our good practices with the colleagues of the Caribbean. So it's a good example. As I was saying yesterday, it's not so much a matter of budget. We don't have it, but we've already made measurements with drones of sargassum and using some drones that other institutions have lent us. And we have worked with civil defense in the calculation of SDG 6.1, I think. about deaths in disaster conditions. With the collaboration of a series of institutions, we've made important advances. And so that for us as Dominican Republic, it's a matter of pride what we are doing, and thank again to all the agencies that have supported us in capacity building and articulating better environmental statistics, building bridges to talk to other institutions and have a better understanding of administrative registers, the importance we feel, and very grateful. And we are very active. Almost all are women, young women doing a lot of things, and very proud of that team we have in Dominican Republic. Thank you very much. So now I give the floor to Catherine. Thanks to the comments, we've taken note of them. I wanted to add to what Andrea and Javier were saying. As part of the progress of the working group, we have been invited to participate in the regional workshop on indicators of gender, climate change. It's called Gender, Environment, and Climate Change. We thank you and women for this invitation to our working group. And we celebrate the group. Thank you and congratulations for the progress. Now we'll move on to the last group before the lunch recess. We give the floor to Adrián Franco, Vice President of INEGI. Please go ahead. Thank you, Javier. Good afternoon to all the representatives of the statistical offices of the region. I thank the Division of Statistics of ECLAC for the support and the opportunity to present before all of you all the progress we have in the working group of that. The idea is to generate a guide on reference of admin registers for Latin America and the Caribbean. Here we have participated 11 countries in this working group. We are supported by the Center of Excellence for Statistics, Governance, Security, and Justice of the UN, INEGI, as well as the Statistics Division of SEA and ECLAC.
This is simply to remind you that this working group seeks to guide countries in the implementation of the guidelines for the production of statistical data by the police. And that was adopted last year by the UNODC within the context of Latin America and the Caribbean, and also to build a minimum methodological basis for the improvement of administrative records produced by police institutions in the region, and that in many cases it is national statistical offices that incorporate those statistics to our regular production in our countries. Next one, please. These general objectives then lead to the specific objectives that guide our work. First of all, to contrast the statistical information that we have in our region of police records and in national statistical institutes. In other words, how close or how far are we from the guidelines of the UN Office for International Standards, and secondly, to generate a baseline of data production in accordance with the basic dimensions of the guidelines, identify existing practices in the region, and promote technical cooperation and also between statistical offices and police institutions in order to improve statistics and to promote technical cooperation and also to mainstream the gender perspective in the statistics generated and collected by the police. This process, based on this working group, has been an interactive process, a coming and going, so to speak, between statistical offices and police institutions. In our region, the institutions vary when it comes to those that are in charge of police activities and the recording of police data. And therefore, in this coming and going between statistical offices and police institutions, well, I would say that what has been very fruitful are the guidelines and the working group has been able to support this. Um, Police institutions have highlighted in this interaction that it has been a key tool, this working group and these guidelines, in order to support data management and data quality, and also to have clear and consistent uh, statistics for internal and external users. And it has supported the work of both statistical and institutions and police institutions. And we have also identified the need for specialized statistical information and to make them a reference for validation and exchange protocols, and also for the as collection instruments. In the working group, we have been able to coincide in the creation of an annotated index, and you can see the structure of the index there on the screen. And I would simply like to highlight that within this index, well, we are already working on the first parts, the methodological framework and the national and international context, and also the regional overview on administrative records of police institutions, the baseline for the availability of police data, and the limitations that we face in the region in order to generate or register information, the coordination that exists or that should exist, or that we suggest should exist between national statistics offices and police information institutions, and practices for the generation of statistical information on police matters. In fact, in the last meeting that we held a week ago in the working group, that involved the participation of police institutions from 3 countries that shared with us how those institutions are generating data and are transmitting the data to their own institutions, and some final recommendations. And finally, conclusions and glossary. That is what we're working on. And something that we have found based on this index, well, I'm not going to speak about the whole slide, but I would simply like to say that this has contributed to the interaction between statistics institutions and police institutions in this development of the baseline, and in terms of investigating the availability of police data. What has been very interesting is a process by for working group members is what is very interesting is that when we approach police institutions based on the guidelines and based on what on where we want to focus the guideline, police institutions themselves discover that they still require much more information, that they have to reorganize it or generate their own information systems for their own benefit, and obviously for the benefit of these statistics. Something additional that the working group has been working on or worked on or made enormous progress was in the construction of a questionnaire in order to collect information that can reveal the status of police administrative records. Now, the idea is to learn how the police institutions and statistics institutions collect data and publish that, and how to determine how close or distant they are from this international standard that we call guidelines, how we identify the information that is recorded by police institutions, the existing practices, and all that in order to standardize the registration of information. And I would like to especially thank the support of the statistics division of ECLAC, because we have received support from them to transmit this questionnaire to statistics institutes, and statistics entities in turn have also had to make contact with the police institutions in order to obtain, in order to to fill in this questionnaire. This was not only for police institutions, but was also shared with other entities. Today, we have 19 or 20 institutions, statistics institutes, and their respective police institutions are answering this questionnaire. Guatemala and Colombia have already answered the whole questionnaire, and we will soon be receiving the contribution of all other countries. Next one, please. This is the feedback from countries for the working group. The police, everyone has contributed to the review of the draft, and countries have closely monitored these activities. So I would simply like to thank them for that. We have identified some good practices in this process. The first thing is to identify coordination mechanisms that did not exist in many countries between police institutions, between institutions that recorded police information and statistical offices. And we have established these coordination mechanisms. Within that process, we have found basic ways to do this in terms of how to gain access to administrative records via established procedures. And so not only that we ask for the data, but that we find a more regular method, how we strengthen communications with that type of institutions and others, how we compare the information that we have or should have in accordance with the international guideline with what the police have, which is that differential where the police itself is finding good opportunities, and now at the end of the day, we integrate the statistics produced by the police as part of the national statistical system, data that is very important for society, and how we can basically make them form part of our national statistical systems. And finally, the process that we find ourselves in, well, we're practically halfway through our work. We have implemented the questionnaire. We have our first deadline is the 30th of August. We then have monitoring and follow-up. We will collect the data and the data analysis to complete the annotated index that I showed you. I would finally like to thank all the countries that participate in this group, the Statistics Division of ECLAC, and everyone that accompanies us during this process. Thank you very much.
Gracias al INEGI por la presentación.
We thank INEGI for their presentation, and now we have some time for comments. Peru. Yes, I would like to thank INDEGI UNDOCA and the Statistics Division of ECLAC. For us, this group is very important. We have a statistics, an interinstitutional statistics entity for crime, and thus the national police in Peru. Well, sometimes we establish coordination with them, and it's somewhat complex because they're always concerned with other matters. But the statistics department of the national police in Peru participated in the last online meeting, and at present we are coordinating the completion of the questionnaire, which is not for the National Statistics Office, but rather for the police institution itself. And we're also making progress in the integration of crime statistics. In the past in Peru, there was data that was in the hands of the public prosecutors. The police had information and data, the Ministry of the Interior likewise, and yet via this committee, we are coordinating this so that it can become one single data source to be provided to our citizens. Thank you, Peru. UNEP, thank you. I would like to congratulate our colleague from INEGI and ask a question. Considering the process in the region, in terms of progress in environmental legislation and the establishment of environmental crimes, I would like to ask whether in your working group, in the data collection and work that you're doing and in the analysis of police records, whether you're going to be able to identify which countries identify environmental crimes and whether you can break that down in accordance to the type of crime and also, of course, in accordance with their own legislation. No more comments from the room. Adrian, you may answer the question. Thank you, Javier. I thank the representative from Peru, and I would like to thank the support and the work from Peru and from their office for these issues. I would like to say to the UNEP that environmental crimes is a very specific issue in the region, and we have explored that from different perspectives. We are not sure that we will find registries of many environmental crimes within the police. When we analyze these types of crimes, we normally find information within the Ministry of the Environment and in other institutions. And there are a whole series of institutions that register these types of crime. But undoubtedly, if we were to find records or registries of these types of crimes in police institutions, we should have the possibility of viewing exactly what it is that they are registering. There are many institutions I would like to reiterate. In the case of Mexico, for example, there are specialized institutions for the registration of environmental crimes, and depending on the legal nature of what has been impacted, some are of a federal nature and of different natures, and therefore prosecutors at different level have to act in accordance with the legal realities of each country, and therefore that is an issue that we could discuss later on. And of course, I'm available for that. Thank you, Javier, and thank you very much, everyone. Thank you once again. Thus, we have concluded this morning's session, and we will now go to a lunch break and resume at 2:30 sharp so that we can begin with this afternoon's work. Thank you. And we would also like to say that there is
A la 1:20.
a parallel event in a side event on National Accounts on Inclusion. You're all invited. Thank you.
Please, delegations, come take your seats. So as to continue with the presentations of working groups. So we continue with the presentation of diagnosis on the measurement of dependent contractors and informal economy, and this is going to be presented by Ine of Chile. You have the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair. There we have our presentation. In fact, I have the pleasure to present the progress of the group that is seeing this, the progress of this group. So in our program of work, our main challenge is to document the progress in the conceptual methodological harmonization of labor statistics on the identification of dependent contractors within the framework of ILO international standards adopted at the 20th ICLS 2018 and on employment relations statistics. And the second aspect, our challenge is to study and document the effects of incorporating the last recommendations approved last year in 2023 on labor informality indicators related to the measurement of these indicators that countries of the region estimate in their labor force in a junctural or structural manner. And these recommendations will have an impact on those indicators. And therefore, one of the challenges we have is to document that type of impact as to trends and size or scope. Also, in our activity program, we have prioritizing some topics which are emerging topics, and we have prioritized three. One, labor migration statistics. Number two, remote work or telework statistics, and also statistics on digital platforms. As you can see, all of these dimensions are linked to the measurement of the surveys of labor force, household surveys, and we have then assigned priority to these topics. What is the contribution at regional level? Well, firstly, as a working group, it is important to promote the adequate measurement and analysis of labor statistics based on a conceptual framework aligned with the international recommendations, allowing for comparisons, harmonized indicators for comparability purposes, and also assess the progress of different countries in terms of decent work and dynamics of our labor markets. We can affirm that our countries face major challenges in relation to adopting the latest international standards for measuring labor relations statistics and labor informality statistics 2013, 18, and 2023. Three conferences that have approved statistical resolutions that are key for our measurement with an impact on the labor force. And thus countries are facing important challenges involving changes in their surveys, conducting tests or processes that will involve resources in some cases that need to be allocated for cognitive pilot tests and evaluation of changes that will be applied to the questionnaires. So as a group, it's important to support the countries to in the dissemination and communication of these changes that will impact labor market indicators. What is the progress to date? Firstly, the working group was formed and focal points at the beginning of the year. We have 17 participating countries: Argentina, Belize, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Cuba, Ecuador, Guatemala, Honduras, Panama, Mexico, Paraguay, Peru, Dominican Republic, Uruguay, and Venezuela. It is the largest number of countries since it was formed. I mean, this working group, and also we have the Technical Secretariat of ILO, of the Southern Cone Office, and also the support of the Statistics Department of ECLAC. We have already held a thematic workshop, virtual meeting to share the experience of the countries in the region in measuring labor migration statistics. Highly positive workshop. It is available in the presentations and video of the Transmission Knowledge Network. Also, we've worked in the design of regional consultation that will be based or will refer to the progress of countries and measuring workers on digital platforms. We hope to have these results in the last quarter of this year. What has the evaluation of progress been? There is excellent interest and participation from member countries of the group. We all agree that the working group is a space to share experiences in the subject, best practices and challenges as well of these labor statistics. The first virtual workshop had a high participation of countries, and also countries that are not part of the project were also invited. The interested attendees in the project can participate as guests in the workshops and virtual meetings. These are not meetings only focused on the group members, so the invitation is open. And particularly, we invite the countries in the region that have a gap or are lagging in the implementation of international recommendations to advance statistical evidence, to advance their adoption and move forward in these recommendations. And thus the next statistics will, in 5 years' time, will not touch on structural or fundamental elements, but we have a window that needs to be leveraged as countries of the region so as to shorten or reduce gaps in terms of statistical harmonization. This is an invitation to all the countries of the region. Take this as an opportunity and thus incorporate the last 3 resolutions. What are the upcoming activities? We'll have a second thematic workshop now in September 5th. It is focused in the measurement of statistics on remote work and telework. And hopefully everybody will participate and will implement this regional consultation beginning in September. That was it, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for those minutes. Thank you, Ine of Chile. Now we have time for comments, and El Salvador has the floor, the delegation of El Salvador. Yes, I would like to ask that El Salvador be incorporated to this working group. We were a party to it, but for several reasons we were unable to continue, and now we want to continue with this group. And we will request this through an official email, And if you accept, we can be part to it. Yes, as we have said before, there is no problem. In this case, a note should be sent to the Secretariat. Please tell us, can you clarify this? Yes, both options. You can contact the coordinators or Secretariat, tell us what's the focal point, and we send it to the coordinators. It's important to keep them both informed.
ILO. As technical secretariat, and as mentioned by David, we want to emphasize the importance of those countries that have not yet been able to adopt the latest international recommendations during this inter-Olympic period. I think that is normally what people say, because this is the opportunity to adopt the latest standards. Yesterday, I already mentioned the way in which we were working with the group in order to convey the concerns of the region to the world groups that are discussing standards. And in that sense, it is what is very important is to reinforce the mechanism in which we're working and this sort of South-South cooperation that exists in our country, and how we can establish smaller groups with similar interests and similar difficulties. At present, the ILO, in addition to working in the group, we provide technical assistance to Costa Rica. Uruguay has already adopted this, the 19th and 20th, but we are in the process of the adoption of the 20th and 21st. Dominican Republic is also conducting its pilots with us. Paraguay, Peru, we're working jointly with them, Ecuador. And I would also like to highlight the work that is often deemed, where it is often deemed that we are most delayed with our colleagues from the Caribbean. We have, with many Caribbean countries, we have established a harmonized questionnaire. And Antigua and Barbuda, for example, they've already been able to implement that harmonized questionnaire. And now we're working with Jamaica, Grenada, and other countries that are also interested, and we'll see whether we can implement the harmonized questionnaire that has already adopted the last 3 resolutions. And with this, by working in this manner, the idea is to leave no country in the region behind. And as mentioned this morning, I would like to highlight the importance of being able to work jointly. We are providing technical assistance at present with child labor questionnaires in Uruguay and Chile that also incorporate the latest standards, because these new international standards, especially the 19th, implies that many of the other standards that are aligned with labor force surveys, for example, the measurement of children's work, are also reflected, and there are new standards in this sense. And so we're also available to provide technical assistance in this sphere, and also with regards to labor migration, understanding that the IMO is the agency in charge of that. Thank you, ILO. Nobody else has raised their hand. Rafael Lopez via Zoom. Could he become a panelist so that he may use the microphone?
¿Puedo agregar mientras tanto 2 cositas?
Did I say a couple of things in the meantime? This next see it in the standards that will be established. Well, we're going to work jointly with UN Women. The international working groups today have Latin American countries working there. and they are the work of care, which is an issue that acquired great strength after the pandemic, and also the work with platforms, which is also an issue that is being discussed by countries, because there are many countries that at present require legislation, and therefore they haven't measured work in platforms, and they need that. Thank you. Well, I am told that we will continue. I thank INE of Chile, and we now offer the floor to the INEC of Ecuador, that will present the framework on the diagnosis of area frames in agricultural surveys. This is an online participation, it seems. Ecuador. Good evening. Hi, good afternoon here. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I am from INEC, from the National Statistics and Census Institute of Ecuador. Go ahead, please. I would like to share with you the progress that we have achieved in the agricultural surveys. This was created in order to characterize and produce a diagnosis, enable us to establish a pathway and concrete strategies aimed at strengthening agricultural surveys or statistics at a national level, and also to have a harmonized and standardized tool for the update and the adequate performance of agricultural statistics at a national level. Next slide, please. We can say that at present there is no regional standard or regional guide and use of multiple frames and thus there is greater diversity of experiences in Latin America and the Caribbean, where each country makes its best efforts in accordance with the information that we have available in each country. This large variety of experiences presents an opportunity because it would enable us, well, it provides us with the opportunity of cataloging them and classifying them, identifying best practices, the best strategies used so far, assess common challenges, and also suggest solutions and tools that could widely benefit all countries in the region. As we have evidenced to date in the meetings that we have held, and the presentation of best practices and the exchange of information that we have organized in the past few months. Next slide. What are the activities that we have worked on? Well, the main topics for agricultural surveys is the background and needs for agricultural surveys as sources of information, and a process to turn them into sampling frames, especially multiple frames, implementation and updating of area frames, and challenges and opportunities. The last 2 points, or the third point, is of vital importance because one of the main problems evidenced in countries in the region is that once these frames, multiple frames or area frames have been developed, in many cases, there has been no strategy or guideline for continuous improvement. And that, of course, has meant that some estimations are inadequate. And the main topics addressed for countries with agricultural surveys, well, also background on attempts to develop agricultural surveys. And here we have identified some strategic points of why this has not worked, opportunities to have an agricultural survey, and solutions in view of the lack of agricultural surveys. Here we have found many alternatives, the use of administrative records, the use of information from remote sensors that can provide information and then enable us to create frames faced with the absence of agricultural surveys that become increasingly complex and costly. These expectations and common challenges and proposals to overcome them. Next slide. Activities that we have conducted to date. In December 2023, we held the first face-to-face meeting financed by the FAO. There was a definition of the main aspects included in the diagnosis. Here, what we did was to establish the objectives with which we were going to create the working group, and each one of these objectives have been tackled with the development of the working groups. In March of this year, we provided the most important instructions for countries to document their own experiences in the use of multiple frames and the implementation of agricultural surveys and data collection. Here, we have taken into consideration not only the countries that have multiple frames, but all the benefits developed at a regional level to generate information to obtain the best recommendations so that that may be taken into consideration and implemented during the recommendations. We also have worked with into the working group Cristiano Ferraz, who's professor of the Department of Statistics at the Federal University of Pernambuco, who has wide experience. He has worked with the FAO, and he is well aware of the challenges and problems that we face at a regional level, and also in several countries. And as I said, this is primarily funded by the FAO. Next one. The next activities, well, in September, we will be receiving the second drafts. Once the first diagnosis has been conducted and we produce the draft, well, we systematize basically the main characteristics and the main challenges faced by countries in order to develop their multiple frames. In December of this year, we will conduct the consolidation and adjustment of the document with the drafts from countries so that they may be reviewed by all countries. And in March of next year, we will prepare the proposal and final recommendations. In this case, we will incorporate the recommendations that could be regarded as strategic and possible solutions to all the challenges that countries in the region face. In this case, the approval meeting will be a face-to-face meeting that will be held in March. And we will approve and will be reviewed and approved by the working group. This work is primarily a summary of all the contributions that have been made by countries that have participated and collaborated at length. And we also thank the participation of the FAO, and we thank Brazil, because this project has been coordinated by Ecuador and the Brazilian Statistical Office. We have been appointed as coordinating countries, and there has been an excellent participation by all countries that have been able to capture many experiences and practice important aspects that countries may incorporate in a standardized manner so that we can have a practical guide for the generation of area frames, and so that we can update these initiatives. Thank you very much. I don't know if there are any questions. Thank you, Ine of Ecuador. And we open up the floor for comments, queries, contributions, FAO. Thank you. I would just like to highlight that the FAO took part in that group, and what we found important was the use of multiple frames for agricultural surveys. That is a common challenge in most countries in the region that have agricultural surveys or that are using multiple frames. And we saw these that this is a common objective of most countries, and therefore we have the opportunity of consolidating those needs and of putting forward some solutions, of bringing our efforts together, and of developing tools that all countries can benefit from. We have also included in that group, well, we have certain countries that don't have a national agricultural survey is indeed the absence of a sampling frame, and therefore via the work of this working group, we hope to be able to support those countries so that we can provide an entry point to develop a national agricultural survey, or at least the starting point for a national agricultural survey. And therefore, we have included that working group in a project, and that enables us to provide certain resources for consultants. And we have also faced a difficulty with the issue of translation, because there are many Caribbean countries with us, and the way in which we have been resolving that is that in virtual meetings, we are holding separate meetings. For each, we have a meeting in English, and then we have the same meeting but in Spanish. But for face-to-face events, we will always have simultaneous interpretation, and we hope to have a corridor to approve the next ACAS that will be held in Paraguay next year, in March 2025. And for those that are not aware of this, LACAS is the Commission for Agricultural Statistics for Latin America and the Caribbean. And I would just like to highlight our support of that group. Thank you. Thank you, Michael.
Nadie más, entonces.
If there is no one else, yes, sorry, Eklak, Karen. Thank you. Good afternoon. Karen Garcia from Gender Affairs Statistics at ECLAC. I thank each speaker for the presentation and also the contributions by all working teams and the outputs presented today. Within the framework of the advisory group that accompanies the process for implementation of gender mainstreaming in the work of these working groups, recall how this morning my colleague Javier commented that there were several specific recommendations were made to the working groups. And in general, this group has identified that the gender approach is mentioned, but that in most cases, there are opportunities to strengthen this cross-cuttingly. And so I would like to invite and motivate all teams for these recommendations to be taken into account. The sooner they're taken into account, the more practical will be the integration of the approach in the rest of the work done by each group. And of course, we are at your service should any group require a bilateral occasion to speak about these recommendations. Of course, I thank all other agencies and colleagues that together with the Gender Affairs at ECLAC and the Statistics Division for the Technical Secretariat are part of this group. The teams at the Statistics Office in Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, Mexico, Dominican Republic, and the Regional Office of UN Women. And also recall that the creation of this group is a very good practice that has been a contribution from our region to the global arena. And in 2020, the UN Statistics Division had asked for this to be included, the gender approach in all programs, as in with the SCA. It has been a pleasure to hear these presentations. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, Karen. And so, I see no further requests for the floor. We will then consider the presentation of the progress reports of the working group concluded, and now hand over to the INE of Chile to speak of the report of the Knowledge Transfer Network. Thank you, Madam Chair. It is for me a pleasure to tell you about the work that we've been doing and the Knowledge Transfer Network in the last year. As was mentioned yesterday as well as today and at the census seminar, we have got the Knowledge Transfer Network to be a space for regional cooperation. Countries, as well as the various agencies, already have in their retina this space where we share experiences. And this has meant that in the last year, growth has been very relevant. Now, let's recall the objectives considered at the conference last year. First, we wanted to continue to organize activities for the exchange of experience in what we know as uh, Conectados RTC. And so we've continued to work on calling on countries to be part of this space for exchange. Also, having new partnerships, not only with countries with whom we usually work, but the various specialized agencies. And here we've joined up many FAO, UN Women, ILO, a long list of partners who have joined their work and have promoted the exchange using this network. We have also continued to strengthen and disseminate existing communities. This cooperation, and also for these 2 years, we propose the creation and relaunching of other RTC communities. Now, what has been the progress to date? As we have done in the last 3 bienniums, we began the biennium by collecting needs through a questionnaire. And they told us of the themes that each one was interested in, that we should talk about, and scheduling throughout the biennium. There was a total of 126 themes proposed for this biennium. Some of these are shown below: national accounts, administrative records, the national statistics system, confidentiality, geography, demography, and well, so many themes that we have also addressed in previous bienniums and that continue to appear, such as censuses and I would say administrative records with the greatest weight. Subsequently, after systematizing the consultation, we asked directors to see what countries were interested in presenting their experience in these themes. And so we put together the agenda of activity that, as Rolando mentioned yesterday, on average, we have 2 events a month, and we have been able to keep this up throughout the year. Now, this is a short summary of the last 12 months. We've held 31 video conferences on various topics. We have been more than 3,000 participants from representatives from the statistics offices and specialized agencies. We have cycles, which is discussion of a theme, not only in 1, but in 2, 3, or up to 4 webinars, so that several countries may be able to talk about the same topic. And so we've established partnerships with 15 specialized agencies and some of the civil society. Among some of the cycles that we held in the recent year, I would like to recall that we had presentation of all working groups, the results of all working groups that worked there during the previous biennium. And in this space, all coordinating countries had 1 hour to discuss in greater depth the results of the work in the biennium. And all of this information is available on our RTC webpage. And also recently, we had a cycle to speak about census based on administrative records. And here I would like to thank the NSO of Uruguay, who began organizing these events and came to RTC to make them official through this network. And so we continue with themes such as data use, mobile phones, and recently we began a cycle on agricultural cycles together with the FAO and the group that just shown its progress, among many others. Now, this is simply an image of all of these partnerships that we have constructed over time. And once again, call to everyone who would like to join this space for exchange so that we may continue to work officially. The exchange and experiences of different countries. I would like to leave you with a notice. We have 4 events scheduled, 2 for September and also October, September the 11th, and new partnerships just joined our colleague Freddie. We began with 1 cycle, and the first video conference will be on mobile data, the future of data exchange for public good. And here you have an asterisk highlighting that in this space, we will have simultaneous interpretation, which is the call made by countries. And this is organized by GBSDE together with our counterpart from what Freddie told me. So, of course, you're invited. And then September the 27th, we have presentation of the book Design and Statistical Analysis of Household Surveys in Latin America. In the month of October, we will continue the second activity of agricultural statistics, and we will talk about lessons learned from the 2020 agricultural census round. And also in October, we will continue with a cycle on inclusive national perspectives on accessing privately held data. Now, changing to RTC or the KTN community or the RTC communities, this is a closed private space for conversation, a little bit more open, where we can share documents, and that this has gained a greater impetus in recent months. In May 22, we began with 2 communities, census and SDGs. And then in December 22, we launched the community of women leaders, and then the community for the measuring of the care society in 23. And today we're working with the IDB on a new community which will dwell on the relevance of having statistics for certain population groups, such as LGBTQB+, and ethnics and race. We're hoping that these new communities, together with the IDB, be launched within the framework of the World Data Forum in Medellin. And in each of these communities, the one on women leaders, as you realized yesterday, we had an in-person meeting with this community led by the Dominican Republic, Belize, and Mexico. And to date, we have 78 members. We have promoted 3 in-person meetings, and the aim is that whenever there is an in-person meeting, the directors have an opportunity for an informal meeting to talk. And we have done this during the last in-person meetings held in the region. We've had 3 webinars closed to discuss issues related to leadership. We have heard of experience of great women leaders in the region, and 1 in-person workshop with which we kicked off with this community. And also tell you that the new project presented yesterday by the director of the Dominican Republic to find a space for training of women who are leaders was successful, and we will have support by UN Women to get the training project off the ground. And I believe that this is one of the communities that has achieved the greatest drive in the last year. And then the other communities, the community for of practice for measuring the care society. This has also grown since it was first launched. And here, this is coordinated by INEGI and the Institute of Women. It is a bit larger. It has 325 participants to date. And in this community, we include the participation of civil society at each one of the activities. And we've held 2 webinars. And here, this is something that we should highlight because the community has organized the webinars, and these have been done within the framework of RTC Connected. So these are two spaces for cooperation. And then lastly, I'd like to make an announcement that together with the INE in Uruguay, we are working to relaunch the working group on census. Most countries have all done their field work, and what this relaunch seeks is to begin strengthening the exchange of experiences. What we discussed during the seminar on Tuesday. So there are two calls here. On the one hand, the countries were asked to update their members, and so those countries have not yet confirmed who their focal points are. Please send us the information soonest. And then colleagues from the NSO in Uruguay have mentioned the two topics to be discussed here. On the one hand, to see in greater detail the use of the CAWI tool for censuses, and also fieldwork, staff or personnel recruitment, which has been one of the most complex topics in this round. And the countries that would like to join in with other topics related to the census, supporting the work promoted by the NSO in Uruguay, please approach our colleagues from Uruguay or us in the network to address issues such as communications and others that the countries as such would like to further and maintain in this exchange. And so lastly, being part of the community as well as RTC Connected, here are the two emails that you can use to contact us. And we will also disseminate the events organized by countries and agencies. And I would like to take this community of more than 3,500 people to disseminate online events.
And those who wish to create a new community, we invite you to contact us and continue working on this space for cooperation. As we said in the beginning, I feel we've been able to institutionalize a space through which the countries exchange their experiences and maintain their conversations on specific topics. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Olga. On my behalf, I would like to thank you. I thank the INE of Chile for all the work they do. I see the work. I thank also Adriana from Belize and Graciela. I know you give it your all, and we value this as a region. We would like to open a space to delegations should anyone wish to make any comments, questions. Uruguay. No, I just wanted to congratulate you for the work you do. I feel that the transfer of knowledge has been key in these last few years. It's an excellent instrument, and we thank you. We're willing to contribute, but we congratulate you for a job well done. Thank you to the Uruguayan delegation. UN Women has the floor. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you for the leadership that we received from Chile. All the knowledge that is generated within the Statistical Conference of the Americas is of the essence. It is important to make it more democratic. It's a very important tool. We continue to follow all these spaces and webinars closely. We also feel it's a very positive opportunity to be able to join efforts and to understand these initiatives, to learn from them so that we can grow stronger. So Thank you very much. On our side, please count on UN Women's support. Thank you. Thank you, Andrea. I have Mexico. Yes, I would simply like to congratulate you for all the work that has been done in this network. And we would like to invite everyone to join this practice community. It's extremely important. The more members participate, the more we will all benefit from this information on best practices. We'd like to invite you to join. Thank you, Mauricio Rolando. Thank you. I have 2 comments. First, within the next few, in the upcoming event, we have one on September 27th, which is the presentation of a methodological book on households. And it is a very interesting effort that was made here. Our colleague Andres Gutierrez and a few more. Very interesting. And there's this full methodological development. Very positive in the disaggregation that is done. It is a textbook on statistics. What I would like to ask all of you, and I will send the invitation, is for you to disseminate this information amongst all of these statistics office so that they could present the book and later share it, because it is a very good book and can be very, very useful. I would like to thank Chile's INE, Olga, specifically for the support they've given us. I know that for some reason she had to coordinate throughout the pandemic, and INE was coordinating and has maintained this with huge effort. So thank you very much, Olga, and thank you to the INE, because it has been an element that has allowed us and has actually reactivated during the pandemic. It allowed us to reactivate these elements. It's been quite enriching to be able to hold Zooms and webinars. It's been very useful. So again, thank you very much, Olga. On behalf of the Statistics Division, we thank you very much for your support. And hopefully there will be many years to come of support. Thank you very much. FAO has the floor. Thank you. I would just like to join FAO on behalf of FAO, how fruitful this has been. We would like to thank you, and we have held 2 webinars on the topic. We have 4 more upcoming next year, so we would just like to join in the thanks to Chile. Thank you very much. Michael, I have a request for the floor by Jose Antonio, and I'd like to thank the IDB for joining in these 2 new communities presented by Olga, and that we understand will be launched in the upcoming forum. Thank you for believing in this instrument. Doesn't matter how repetitive it is, thanks must be repetitive and eternal. This transmission network, the transfer network, is of the utmost importance. It has years of existence and it has had peaks of success, but I believe none as we see now. And Chile has led this effort, so it's extremely important. You may recall that it has been done in the past by Dane as well. But despite the pressures, the pandemic and everything, it's been based on the actions of INE Chile. And of course, the main name there would be Olga. We have given visibility to the conference of the Statistical Conference of the Americas. And it's important to recognize this, to promote an event through the RTC means that we're going to get thousands of people that didn't have access to this information. And right now, we have it, and it's great to see everyone around this table. Thank you to Ine, thank you to Olga, and to the entire community that has made this possible. Hopefully it will continue on. Thank you, Jose Antonio, and thank you to all. And I'd like to offer the floor to Eclac. On our side, from the Gender Division, we would like to thank you for the Knowledge Transfer Network. Would also like to stress the potential that this network has generated around inequality and the articulation with other institutions that design public policies. I would like to greet the women leaders community, because these systems must be comprehensive and not only take care of statistics, but also the management of the information and all collective efforts that involve women and, of course, equal opportunities, as well as the decision-making spaces and the production of official statistics as a public good. And also the care society that we feel is so important. We coordinate in the gender office here at ECLAC, and together with UN Women, we'd like to invite them to send proposals. We are in a original context of design of the comprehensive care services, and this community in general and the spaces for technical dialogue are important. They're not only about closed products or finished products, but they also admit safe space for open questions. I'd like to mention that in general, this year, during this space, we have been talking to the teams that are in charge of the specialized survey on care. And it was a very interesting space that allowed for Q&A, for a lot of exchange, and hopefully we can invite your teams to form part of this community in order to propose these open questions. Thank you. We have two more requests for the floor, Global Partnership and the ILO. Thank you, Maya Sotis. Again, we would also like to thank Olga, and we have been working on this for a long time at the DANE. We didn't have the leadership necessarily, but we have seen a different approach in the last few years, including other institutions where we can form part of these exercises. I'd like to just comment on the two webinars or events mentioned by Olga. This has a connection with the event that we held a couple of years ago in Montevideo on the use of private data. We have been promoting the use of private personal data, not only in terms of mobile telephony, but also in statistics and other matters. So the exercise that we see here is extremely important. We need to understand this world on possible data and how they connect to a statistics office, but there are limitations to the process, and also it will be very much focused on mobile data in the region. And as we saw in the last session with South-South cooperation, these webinars will be connected from Africa. So it is important to continue to work on this South-South cooperation, to bring examples from Africa. In some cases, they do have similarities that are challenges in Latin America and the Caribbean. And it is an opportunity to share experiences on the access of private data. That's what we're trying to transfer and share this message with you. So thank you for including it in the slides yesterday.
Oíste.
Sí, yo me iba a quedar.
Yes. I was going to stay quiet, but ITB told me to speak. I want to congratulate INE of Chile in everything you've said before. It is real. The activity we have today is quite impressive. We have even tried or made partnerships ILO with our ETC when we've promoted some of our views. And as Romo Mejia said, a large amount of people, I mean, we are reaching out beyond the statistical community. That happened in the first teleworking seminars, and that comes from the pandemic. But I agree that it would never be possible without the leadership of INE Chile Olga. This format, this work, upstream and downstream, that is that the region raises concerns globally, and at the same time they land down here. It wouldn't be possible without RTC. And in this way, we can expand or broaden the work of countries and taking into account countries that are not in the group. Thank you. I would like to take something that Rolando said yesterday. In order to increase the numbers, we need a translation. And yes, and if you have results, you can ask for money or resources, KPI, that is, for management purposes. I want to thank INE of Chile, and of course, yes, you want to say something else? Yes, thank you. Three comments. First, thank everyone for the acknowledgement. I think the work done has been constant, and I want to share this with Andrea and Denise that are here together, that are part of this leadership, and also Javier, who is always there giving us support. And we are in LinkedIn, so please follow us. We are trying to promote our network through that space. And then Marcela referred to it, but I wanted to appeal to the working groups that on labor statistics, that working group has adopted and adapted the practice that every time they have these virtual meetings that are not private, they do it with our coordination. So not only they are here, but the recording is promoted, the presentations are disseminated, and all that material is on the webpage of RTC. So thank you to the groups, working groups of today. If you want to use this space, it would be wonderful to do this. And also, we hope to continue working and being successful, not only the whole community, but all of us connected.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias, Chile.
Thanks to INE of Chile. And now we give the floor to Iberge from Brazil, presenting the interinstitutional working group on the indicators of SDGs. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. you will share my presentation, or will I do it? I have to share my presentation. Can you see my screen? Yes, yes, fine, perfect. All right, I work in the Brazilian Institute of Geography and Statistics with the coordination of the project on SDG indicators. I'm co-chair of the group of experts, IAEG, together with Carol Williams from Canada. And I'm going to present now the work that the group is doing this year. The focus is the broad examination of 2025, because in resolution 313 of the UN, within the framework of world indicators, well, this will be examined by the Statistical Commission next year. Therefore, the expert group debated and agreed on the ruling principles and the calendar for this broad examination or broad study. In March of 2023, the Statistical Commission took note of these principles and of the calendar. And in its 14th meeting held in October of 2023, the group continued preparing the broad examination, and concrete criteria were agreed on. The principles are the ones I put here on the screen. The reviewer needs to consider the already made investments in order to produce world and national indicators. It's not expected for the framework, revised or reviewed framework, to add a workload to countries. The idea is that there is space for improvement, but changes have a limited scope. And criteria are that the objective of this broad examination is to maintain the same number of indicators existing today within the framework, so as not to alter in a significant manner the original framework, that already in most countries it is being applied in order not to increase the workload for national statistical plans. For example, for information presentation, indicators need to have a methodology, agreed methodology, that is not to proposals related to level 3 will not be considered. There is, they have to have data of at least 40% of countries in the different regions where it's relevant, and the indicator be following the world monitoring. Additional indicators can be considered only in exceptional cases where follow-up of an essential element is not being done, or to respond to a critical new issue that is not being considered with the existing indicators. So you may consider the deletion of a level 2 indicator in cases where no data has been presented to the world database of indicators of SDGs, or whose implementation has been difficult for countries. You can have a substitute indicator if that deleted is the only one that allows you to follow this SDG. Also, the possibility of adjusting or replacing indicators will be studied if they don't describe correctly the target or there's no good tracking of that objective or target. The expert group also provided criteria and additional considerations. It is not advised to add a sub-indicator or to one that exists already because the workload is increased for presenting information. Any proposal for substitution, replacement, or addition of indicators should reduce to the minimum the use of sub-indicators so as not to broaden the framework of all indicators. On this slide, you can see the different stages of the process of this broad examination. The invitation was in April. The speakers had to send the history, the justification, information, how methodology and international standards, or what is the ruling body approving it, the availability sources of data or links where you can find detailed metadata. I remind you that there should be available data for at least 40% of countries. And if there is a proposal for coverage to be 50% or more, to have a plan to increase data coverage. These proposals were 68 received by the expert group, 68 proposals received, and we evaluated all of them in May and June. And the open consultation was conducted in August. And now in September, we will review the results of all this open consultation. And in the 15th meeting of the group that will be held in Oslo, the idea is to discuss these proposals because we need to have a final proposal on December for the preparation of the report, and thus in March 2025 to be submitted and presented at the Statistical Commission. These are the results, preliminary results. I put on a table. We received collaboration for SDG 3. 3 reviews, 1 replacement. We received no proposal for SDGs 5 and 14 and 12. No. They are the most difficult ones to measure. So of these 68 proposals, the group has selected 15 proposals for an open consultation that you can see in the webpage of the expert group. I gave you here some examples of suggestions of additional indicators. For example, for SDG 2, the prevalence of minimum food diversity per populational group for children, women, or pregnant women, breastfeeding mothers, and for SDG 3, the prevalence of excessive alcohol consumption and mortality related to alcohol drinking. For SDG 10, Palmer ratio, an indicator of inequality, and SDG 11, the proportion of homeless population living in the streets or shelters. These are some of the examples. In the upcoming working stages, we will complete this broad examination, and always, every year, once we receive from custodian agencies of indicators, if we receive any news on methodology or issue related to indicators or metadata, if you want to continue the work of data disaggregation in order to provide additional guidelines to the different countries, so as to leave no one behind and continue the work of these subgroups or sub-working groups like SDMX, sustainable tourism and geospatial, and continue dialogue with the agencies in order to improve the process of data flow for the presentation of world reports on the SDGs. And the 15th meeting of the expert group will be held in October next in Oslo. Here, I leave the link of the SDG report, which is the secretary produced by the group, producing this report every year. In the first graph, we can see that the evaluation of 2024 reveals that the world is far from meeting or complying with the 2030 agenda.
135 can be assessed using the data about world trends available since between 2015 and the most recent year, together with the analysis of custodian entities. 34 goals lack data on sufficient trend data. And among the goals that can be assessed, only 17% reveal sufficient progress in order to be reached by 2030. On the graph, that is represented in green. And you can see that there are some that have 18% have moderate progress, and 30% reveal that they have only achieved marginal progress, and 18% moderate progress. It is alarming that 18% of the countries indicate stagnation and 17% a regression below the reference levels, below the 2015 reference levels. Among the goals with greatest regression is SDG 2, zero hunger, SDG 14 on oceans, and SDG 3 on climate change. In the second graph on the right-hand side, that shows that in order to be able to evaluate the progress in SDGs, we face present challenges in the availability and timeliness of data in order to monitor the 17 SDGs. In general, we have made progress in the improvement of comparable data at an international level for monitoring purposes, as shown in the graph. The differences between 2019 and 2024 for all SDGs, there was an increase in the production of indicators at present. 68% of indicators have possess good data coverage, but there are weaknesses in priority development areas, as I have already mentioned. for SDG 5, for example, for climatic action, SDG 13, for peace, justice, and solid institutions, which is SDG 16. On this slide, I share some important links related to platforms. For example, the Good Practices platform. The group of experts invited countries, entities, and interested parties, and they were explained the different initiatives focused on these issues during their public meetings. The group of experts conducted or held a third round of a survey so that countries and regional commissions could describe good practices in these fields. By November 30th, 2023, for example, the survey had been answered by 75 countries and 4 regional commissions, providing brief summaries highlighting good practices and providing links to websites and other information or materials. And therefore, it is very important to analyze what countries are doing, for example, in terms of data disaggregation, in terms of platforms, and in order to leave no one behind. All the issues related to SDGs and the platform UN SDG Learn in its decision 53/101, the Statistics Commission highlighted the permanent need to provide technical and financial support so that countries are able to build capacity related to the follow-up of SDGs. In response to that request, a page has been created on statistical training. UN SDG Learn therefore had podcasts, videos, courses, materials, documents for SDGs, for indicators, objectives, and so on. And so I think that that could be tremendously helpful because many of these courses are online. So I invite you all to check these web pages out. And thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this important event. And of course, I am open to answer any questions you may have. Thank you, Denise, for such a comprehensive report. And likewise, and in consequence, I open up the floor for delegations that wish to share comments or ask questions about this specific issue. No one has raised their hand, so I offer the floor to UNHDR. Well, thank you, Lisette, for this presentation. Such a comprehensive review. And simply in order to highlight the synergy between indicators and sustainable development goals and the framework to reduce the risk of disasters. The Sendai document highlights many of these indicators, the SDG to end zero poverty, sustainable cities and communities, and climatic action. And in that sense, we need to strengthen the relationship between statistical offices and the focal points within the Sendai framework, highlighting a working group that was active in the Xxiii between 2018 and 2023. Thank you. Thank you. Paho has the floor. I would like to make a comment as from the health sector with regards to the monitoring of SDGs, and especially of SDG 3, in the sense that most countries conduct monitoring at a national level. And for some reason, we do not pay sufficient attention to the problem that we face in Latin America and the Caribbean related to the major economic inequalities, especially related to health. And one of the reasons, one of the aspects that we have wanted to highlight in the Pan American Health Organization in our present strategic plan is in our first impact indicator is indeed to reduce health inequalities. And I put this forward because I am not sure whether in other SDGs an emphasis is made in this sense, because when one looks at SDGs, especially health SDGs, one looks at the first SDG, there is a goal that says that maternal mortality must be reduced by 70% throughout the world by 2030. And when one looks at the world averages or regional averages, one hides the reality that exists in countries, and one says, well, how can we reach 70 at a world level? What will happen in Chile when we have a very low mortality rate? That goal doesn't make too much sense for a country. And so there is a substantive aspect there. There are messages in SDGs, especially those related to health, and a lot is mentioned about leaving no one behind, but there is no real intention in indicators per se in order to truly reflect the reality of our countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. And therefore, I feel that we should, if possible, and I focus on the health sector, but I think this could be applicable to other sectors, on how countries can truly convey to us the problem of inequality that exists in their own country, at least via a subset of indicators of SDG 3. Thank you very much. I thank Pajo. I don't see any other delegations. Denise, I don't know whether you want to say something in answer to these two comments. Yes, what my colleague from UN Disasters has said is very important. He spoke about the Sendai framework, because I believe that it is very important, as occurs with other frameworks, to conduct an integration. In this case, it has been very, very important. We have the same indicators for the Sendai framework and for the SDGs. And in consequence, I believe that in future, in the new post-2030 agenda, for example, we perhaps should look at the indicators of other frameworks, of other conferences, global conventions, and so on, because this integration of agendas is very important. And of course, I agree that the reduction of inequalities in health is very, very important. The group has worked with data disaggregation and has an Excel spreadsheet containing all the indicators and the disaggregation that is possible. You can have a look at that spreadsheet in the IBG webpage. And for this purpose, we must have national goals, national indicators with national goals, because in fact, in some countries, we focus on a global goal that does not really relate to our national realities, and therefore it is important to produce specific national indicators. Brazil has so far not worked on that. It is only producing global indicators, but we will begin to produce national indicators because we also have goals without indicators. That's just an idea. Thank you. Thank you, Denise. Well, since nobody else has asked for the floor, I'd like to ask a question, because it's break time, and especially as a result for interpreters, they need a rest. We still have one pending presentation before the break by the World Data Forum and the Dataton. Okay, if you agree, we will have a short 10-minute break, and after that we resume. Thank you.
Colegas, vamos.
Colleagues, let's return to our seats. Some people need to leave today for the airport early, so let's resume our work.
Agradecemos silencio en la sala y
I thank you for to keep the silence of the room, and so we can continue with our work. We will now hear the report of the high-level group for partnership, coordination, and capacity building for statistics for the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, presented by the DANE of Colombia. Piedad, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. For us, it is very relevant. For us, it is very relevant to speak to you of the high-level group for partnership, coordination, and capacity building for statistics for the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And share with you the progress made regarding the 5th World Forum on Data of the UN that will be held November the 12th through 15th. Well, while they upload my presentation, in the meantime, I would like to begin by saying that some of the points reported by the high-level group for the 55th period of session of the Statistical Commission of the UN, and this will help us to introduce some of the changes occurred since the Hangzhou Declaration in 2023 to later address current efforts for the restructuring of the Global Action Plan of Cape Town. And together with the UN Statistics Division, UNSD, the state of progress in preparations for the 5th World Data Forum of the UN that will be held in a few months more in Medellin, Colombia. To begin the report by the high-level group and to be presented during the 55th meeting, we will see several of the elements to which we must focus our attention. This report considers the 4th forum and expectations for the 5th, and shows first a recognition of the relevance of having actors from the traditional outlook to one which is more at the forefront, and second, stages to restructure the 7 gap, follow up on the initiatives for data financing and statistics, and lastly, the work plan that these points and progress that I would like to share with you stem.
Then we have the data forum in Hangzhou, whose legacy is a declaration of Hangzhou. This offered examples, existing and new, of how the statistical world is promoting the development of data and generating partnerships, mobilizing political and financial support at a high level for data, while the 2030 agenda is drawing near. It seeks to revitalize the Declaration of Cape Town and includes 6 strategic areas. Actually, the 6 areas were restructured into 4. So the first one is strategic coordination and leadership in data for sustainable development, innovation and modernization of the national data systems and statistics, with paying special attention to the needs of the 2030 Agenda follow-up, dissemination and use of data on sustainable development, and finally, partnerships of many parties interested in mobilizing resources and coordinating efforts in favor of statistical capacity development. The Hanju Declaration was the first part of the restructuring of CT GAP and was important for the second phase. This created a subgroup with the 9 areas of the CT GAP, and the ideas were fundamental for the forum. The thematic areas arise from this declaration and has been disseminated around the same. For this, in February, the subgroup worked on small committees focused on each of the thematic areas. As a region, we have worked on this process together with the committees, and after the 4 work sprints, each committee identified its commitments. They did this bearing in mind these ideas, identifying a mechanism for reporting and follow-up that would not be a traditional monitoring system, but one that would allow identifying the priorities of this ecosystem and what we have to work with looking towards the 2030 agenda. In this infrastructure, we see the CT GAP 2.0, which has been modified and seeks to categorize the main needs for development and statistical capacities as well as data. In turn, the priorities are statistics and which ones are considered urgent for the moment we find ourselves in. For these priorities, we set actions that could serve to reach the desired states in relation to the priorities. And while the commitments respond to the needs at an individual level, will be reached to implement these actions. Actions and commitments will be monitored by means of an online platform, depending on the formal mechanisms that exist for this purpose. I'd like to begin with the programmatic topics, which most specifically, and I'm very excited to share with you that we already have the official agenda for the 4 days. This is a result of a global meeting looking to the November meeting in Colombia. It summons experts in statistics that will be presenting their proposals during the event. This effort received over 700 proposals that reflected the interest and mass participation of the international statistical community. Finally, after an exhaustive review, the program committee selected 88 proposals, and these were chosen by their quality, pertinence, and capacity to contribute significant value to the forum. Of course, with the potential impact in the elaboration of public policies and decision-making. Finally, the evaluation, the committee selected these 88 proposals, which were selected given that quality, pertinence, and capacity to contribute. Thus, the official program of the World Forum on Data will have 100 parallel sessions, 4 plenary sessions, and we'll have 2 pavilions. The forum will use these two pavilions to make visible the dynamism and variety of initiatives in the use of data at a local and global scale. On the other hand, a series of interactive activities will take place to address the urgent challenges and analyze the use of data. Finally, with the objective to bring the event to citizens, on the inaugural day, there will be pre-plenary sessions that will seek to take these topics to a local scale and put citizens at the center of the discussion. We also generated the theme of a staircase to Medellin, and this aimed to incorporate different stakeholders into the data ecosystem. The idea is to make visible a series of initiatives, best practices, and lessons learned in order to bring data closer to the goal of reaching the sustainable development. And several talks will be held focusing on this initiative. We seek to find an inclusive space where citizens and everyone can contribute with their ideas, with innovative proposals in a broader community of statistics. In the local presentation of the event, we have a microsite within the World Forum website and the staircase or escalera to Medellin, the staircase to Medellin, as well as all the information on panelists, participants, the program registration, and logistical aspects for the. Finally, to conclude, and before I return the floor, I would like to invite each and every one of you and the stakeholders of all the national systems to actively participate in this World Data Forum in Medellin, where we are looking forward to hosting you November 12th to 15th. Thank you very much. Thank you, Piedad. And to supplement the presentation you just made, I'd like to offer the floor to Alexander Gilowski from the UN, who will inform us on the realization of the data event in 2024. Alexander, you're muted. Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me the opportunity to for the invitation to join you in Medellin at the World Data Forum. I would like to offer you some information on this, 5 or 7 minutes perhaps. What are these datathons? Datathons are hackathons on data science organized by the Statistics Division of the UN in conjunction with other institutions, in this case, in Medellin, with the support of DANE, Colombia, and of course, with the township of Medellin and all the subsidiary organizations. Such as the venue where this will take place. The objective of the Datathon is to create innovative solutions based on macro data and data sciences to address global challenges and to localize the sustainable development objectives. In the context of the Datathon, we offer training in the use of non-traditional data and on data science. We host many experts in data, statisticians, developers, and we would, of course, like to promote international collaboration and the exchange of knowledge with these events. So the Datathon this year will take place in Medellin from November 8th to 9th. That is Monday. And the forum will take place from the 12th to the 15th of November, as you heard earlier. For the Datathon this year, we changed the modality. Last year, the participants participated remotely, but this year we wish to organize a competition in person with elements for online training. We have around 150 teams and 5 members. And the main audience for this competition will be the National Statistics offices, as well as other institutions, research centers, academia, students, researchers in general of the academic world. Also think tanks. And this year, we're focusing on tourism, and there are other related topics, such as welfare, and residue management. And it's defined or will be defined and communicated in more detail closer to the date of the competition. We don't want to disseminate too much information before the competition. The objective, as we said, is to develop solutions based on non-traditional data for urban challenges. We'd like to promote decision-making based on data, promote innovation in public services, and to support the localization of the SDGs.
That is the timeline of the Datathon organization. We are in a phase of preparation. We will open the registration phase, and we want to invite everyone, all colleagues present in this meeting, and of course in the national statistical offices. Two, I would like to also say that we have a training phase before the Datathon that will take place on the second part of October. And thus the competition of the Datathon is not only open to experts, but rather to teams that want to work with those non-traditional data and then apply the knowledge acquired during Datathon. How can you participate in this? Given the somewhat sensitive situation or delicate situation of the UN, we can only invite a restricted number of countries. with financing for 2 members of a team to participate in a face-to-face or presentially for Medellin for Datathon. We invite additional members. I mean, additional members will be self-financed or by the offices themselves. We also invite all the other countries where we cannot offer financing, but send also teams to participate in the Datathon. The only requirement is to have a minimum of 2 members, pre-essential members in Medellin, and the other members can participate virtually from their offices. There are several benefits in this participation. Among them are the training sessions we've already mentioned. Also enabling networking with experts of other teams and mentors that will be present in Medellin. And of course, the opportunity to participate in the World Data Forum of UN in Medellin also. That is more or less what I had to say. But countries with financing will receive very, very soon an invitation from the Statistical Division of the UN. And we are going to have a website with more information about the Datathon that 2024 that will be available probably next week. I still don't have the link, but you can access this in the big data page. Thank you of Denu. Thank you very much. And we want to reiterate our invitation to participate in this competition and this training activity in macro data and data sciences. Thank you. Thank you, Alexander. So now we open for questions, comments on these 2 presentations. I want to congratulate Colombia for all the work you've been doing. Really, Dane has a tremendous work in logistics of all these processes, and to chair an activity like that one truly calls for a great team and a lot of commitment on your part. So hopefully everybody can, we can all be in Medellin. We've been promised a social agenda. So we'll be there supporting you and supporting you for these process, and also Latin America and the Caribbean as a region. We are having an activity of this kind. In 2 years, we have been venue of the Data Festival in Uruguay, now the UN or Data World Forum in Medellin. So now Uruguay has the floor. Yes, first I would like to congratulate Colombia for the enormous work you've been doing for the World Data Forum, and just congratulate you, and we'll be there. Yes, we'll be participating there. Thank you, Diego. Rolando? Yes, congratulate the effort of DANE Colombia for holding this World Data Forum. I think it is a very important event. I think it is one where the region is going to have several presentations. And truly, we applaud the efforts of all the DANE colleagues. I've been part of the organizing committee of this event, and we've been supporting from ECLAG in order to take this forward. Thank you. Thanks, colleagues, for mentioning, and to Rolando also. And we will be expecting you all there. It's a good effort, but we've had the support of colleagues, and Uruguay also has shared their experience. The idea is to really make the most of this opportunity, not only to show what we are doing in the region, but also we know a long time will go by before it comes back to the region. So let's leverage this opportunity. And you've said that you have papers that have been accepted, but without, you're all welcomed. And we are very much interested in disseminating the statistical culture. We know it's difficult. It's something that we every day have to face and address in our work. But these spaces are precisely the ones that will open up communication channels with civil society, with private sector, other government agencies or others working on, but do not feel the need of data, or they lack that statistical culture. Let's make the most of that space, that moment, and thanks for your support. We'll be looking forward to receive you in Medellin. Fine. So with this, we appreciate and we thank Alexander for this presentation. And now we'll move on to a space on other matters. We begin with information on regional events and activities that will be held very soon. So now in my capacity as Dominican Republic, we want to refer to an event to strengthen public-private partnerships, making the most of private data. This was an activity that we began this month of August in Dominican Republic, and it was the result of an invitation I received from Xxiii to make a presentation, or rather, I was invited as chair to go to Xxiii on voluntary reports. There we saw the opportunity on how the region is viewed, leading new themes, new topics, and the use of data by the private sector because of the experience we had of a declaration or a statement, if you remember, that was adopted in the last statistical conference and was coming from a path that had its main experience in Latin America, a meeting that was held in Mercosur first and then in Uruguay. And thus a declaration was adopted that moves on to the conference that we adopted. So with this, we implement the resolution and with CPI, I thank the Statistical Division that helped us share with you a survey and distribute it to the different institutes in order to know which were the relations of countries with the private sector, especially on topics of what was the present status, capacities, experiences of collaboration with the private sector, what was the situation. And this survey was sent to 33 statistical offices of Latin America. And then we've received the answer from 13 institutes. And really what it showed was the heterogeneity in the work. And the idea was to implement the resolution we had adopted in September of last year. And particularly what we were seeing is that there is an opportunity to speak about governance, regulations, knowledge management, knowledge transmission network, and global partnership joined us as to see this network as a space to strengthen the knowledge we had and even to work on communication strategies that would allow us to make the most of the regional experiences. I can tell you that in our specific case, for me, it was very important to have Uruguay in the Dominican Republic for this activity, where the private sector arrived and heard the experience that Uruguay had had in the work with data coming from Telefonica and the position that maybe it had been closed after they heard and listened to Diego. They opened up to build a bridge of conversations on that subject. So we've been able to have 3 meetings with 3 telephone companies and see thus the possibility of working with Uruguay. The subject is one of mobilization of people in times of disaster. So we wanted to bring this up to the committee, and Dominican Republic as Uruguay. The idea was to propose to you to ask the executive committee to prepare an action plan to implement the declaration on data use that is in the private sector for statistical purposes and provide dynamism to that declaration.
That we adopted during the 12th conference. So now I again become chair, and I'd like to offer the floor to whoever wishes to speak. Uruguay. I would just like to precisely refer to this point that you mentioned, Miosotis. For Uruguay, it is important to be able to take this last year's declaration and so that it can become a plan of action. This is a very important alternative data source, and this may be very useful in the Dominican Republic. We discussed some of the uses of this data for mobility, for disaster situations, and so on. So the usefulness of this information is very important for the generation of statistics and also in terms of the generation of public policies. So it's a great pleasure to act as co-sponsors of point 16 of the declaration. And I would like to thank if other countries could join this initiative. Thank you, Diego. Okay. Since there are no more comments, I would just like to call upon other countries in the sense that we still have time to fill in the questionnaire and so that this may also be useful to have that perspective that if you don't have experience, it doesn't matter. If you have it, all the better, because that enables us to create an even better roadmap and to determine which issues we have to strengthen in our region. Now I'd like to offer the floor to Mexico, who will present the International Meeting on Gender Statistics, better known as Aguascalientes. Thank you, Chair. In addition to share this invitation to the 25th International Meeting on Gender Statistics, I would like to say that this will be the 25th meeting that we will be holding. This is organized by INEGI, but also with the division, the gender division of ECLAC and UN Women that have brought their efforts together in order to conduct or to hold this forum. I know it's late, we're all a little bit tired, but I'd like to highlight that we have already held 25 meetings. And we began in the year 2000 trying to find a forum to exchange practices, to get to know the best developments by statistical offices and also by women's mechanisms in order to exchange progresses, challenges in the production and use of gender statistics. 25 years have gone by, and our slogan is 25 years of alliances to promote equality policies based on evidence. I know that it will be held between the 2nd and 4th of September. I know that many people are traveling directly to Aguascalientes now in the headquarters of INEGI in the city of Aguascalientes. It will be a hybrid event, so if you can't accompany us in person, please use the different channels. If you use Zoom, you will have the possibility of having interpretation in both Spanish and English, but in the INEGI or in YouTube, it'll only be in Spanish, and it involve the participation of statistical offices of mechanisms to promote women and national entities from Latin America and the Caribbean. These are the invitations, and remember that the key aspects that will be discussed will be that, well, this will be within the framework of the 25th commemoration of the event, use of time, economic autonomy of women, violence, gender violence, and also innovation for production of statistical data with a gender perspective. And so without further ado, I look forward to meeting you all in Aguascalientes or via the different channels. Thank you, Mauricio. This is expressed in the draft agreements, but still, I would like to congratulate INEGI of Mexico because you have led this process. You have brought efforts together. You have achieved the collaboration of different stakeholders in this process. And we wish you the best success for this next meeting that will begin next week. Now the floor is open for comments. I don't recognize any other countries. We have UN Women. Thank you very much, Chair. I would very simply like to invite you to participate in this space. Let us remember that statistics include us all, and within innovation, we find something that we have discussed these 3 days. We will talk about big data and a gender perspective, and also citizens' data. So I invite you to monitor this, to follow this in the INEGI page. You will find the full agenda, as Mauricio has mentioned, so that you may be able to participate, and not necessarily every single day if you don't have all that time, but so that you may accompany us and contribute to the discussion with specific issues. And every year, with the experience that countries have within the framework of the mainstreaming of the gender perspective in statistics, so we want you to participate. We want to listen. We want to listen to your voices. It's a space for academia, for civil society organizations, for statistical offices, and so on. Thank you, Andrea. Since there are no more interventions, I would now like to offer the floor to Claudia de Camino from the Statistics Division of ECLAC, who will present the results of the International Comparison Program. Claudia, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. for this opportunity. I will speak a little longer than Mauricio because this space is very important for us in order to share with you the implementation of the International Comparison Program and the results of the last comparison cycle, which was 2021, and the work that we are conducting during this present cycle, which is 2024. So just to refresh your memory, what are purchasing power parities? For which the comparison program was created. Well, these are monetary conversion factors that align the purchasing power and eliminate price differences between economies, enabling us to compare the economies in a better fashion, and not only using the exchange rate. As you know, the exchange rate is very volatile and does not capture price differences between economies. Also, in addition to purchasing power parities, we are able to estimate price level indices, which is something very interesting in analytical terms, because countries in general provide these price level ICPs, and we can determine inflation. But price level differences among countries is something that we can obtain as a result of this exercise. And therefore, the use of these purchasing power parities has to do with uh, changing GDP into gross product, and to measure the real size of those economies, the GDP per capita of those economies, considering, of course, these price differences. But in addition to that, they are also used to estimate, for example, the poverty line. The World Bank establishes the poverty line and recently updated it to $2.15 per person. And it is also used to estimate, for example, the share of participation in the quota for participation in the monetary fund, and also to conduct sectorial analyses related to competitiveness, trade, and also to analyze issues related to productivity and so on. The use of these purchasing power parities is wide-ranging, and I would like to show you a little bit later on the results that we obtained in 2021, so that you may have a better perception of its meaning. As I said, the International Comparison Program falls under the auspices of the UN Statistics Commission, which in its 2016 session established it as a permanent working mechanism. And it has a governance structure that is very clear, with a governing council involving international entities and countries. From our region, we find the participation of Argentina, Mexico, and Suriname. And the World Bank acts as a global office. And the regional implementation agencies, on behalf of ECLAC, we find ESCWA, or the Agency for the Middle East, and ECLAC, but it also involves development banks, such as the African Development Bank, the Asian Development Bank, and the OECD, together with Eurostat. But this would not be possible without the work of the national implementation agencies, that are basically the statistical offices and central banks. In Latin America, we have many central banks that work with national accounts and prices, and all this led by an interagency group where we work in a coordinated fashion in order to analyze results, establish our work tasks, and we are also accompanied by a consultative group, which is TAG, in order to estimate um, um, purchasing power parities, price indices, and the GDP in real terms. Now, what are the pillars of information in order to conduct this estimation? Well, first of all, we have information about expenditure. The ICP uses statistics on expenditure. National accounts there are very important, not only to determine the various levels and components of expenditure, but they are also used in order to aggregate purchasing power parities estimated at an elemental level and to take them to a global level. And after that, we have the price systems. Prices here are very important. We obtain prices for a global and regional basket. In other words, each region defines the products that are representative for the region, but that has to be able to talk to this with this regional list. And with these two pillars, which is expenditure and prices, we estimate purchasing power, which requires research, methodological issues. We establish the standards under which we make these estimations. We identify this regional list that I mentioned. Countries compile data. We validate the data at an inter-country level, but also between countries. We process and validate results, somehow ensuring the quality of the information for its subsequent dissemination and analysis, and in order to use this data. Now, this international comparison program has already held 10 calculation rounds. And the last one involved 176 economies of the region, and 36 of them belong to our region. Here, with ECLAC, 13 economies from the countries participated, 19 from the plus 19 from the Caribbean, which means that 32 economies in the region participated. And all this, just so that you can see the enormous effort made by countries, and also within ECLAC, in order to compile and process all this information, we collected prices for 823 items from 32 countries that are broken down into 510 products for household consumption, 202 products in terms of machinery and equipment, 51 products for the construction sector, 19 in terms of rentals, 34 to estimate government salaries, and 7 items related to a special account on education. In terms of national accounts, we use information about expenditure, but at a very detailed level. We reach 155 basic headings, which is at the level at which we calculate purchasing power parity. And here you can see how this detailed national account statistics was created. 15 countries in the region in 2021 submitted information directly because they have within their national accounts this information. And together with ECLAC, we worked with 10 countries in order to open this expenditure statistics. And in the case of 7 countries that lack the expenditure approach within their national accounts as statistics, well, we worked together with experts to resolve that.
The thing is that, and now I will focus on the result. The world GDP measured in purchasing power parity reached $154 billion in the 2021 cycle, of which China is the main economy in the world with 18.9% of world GDP, followed by the USA with a 15.8% of world GDP, and then India with 7.9% of world GDP. Our region, I don't know if you're able to see it here, had 7.3% of world GDP. Now, within the region, the largest economy is Brazil with 33% of the regional GDP. In the case of Mexico, 24%, followed by Argentina with 11%. And then we began to reduce the sizes because the economies are smaller. Well, one of the most interesting measures, I believe, in these results has to do with measuring expenditure per capita measured in the PPP versus the type of exchange with the nominal expenditure. And here you can see that only 2 countries of the region The measurement is larger. They measured according to the exchange, and this has to do with price levels. But the rest of the economies, if we measure the expenditure per capita, it's higher, measured in PPPs, and this has to do with the relative prices within these economies. However, the world mean was $20,271 per person in 2021, and the regional mean was below that. Here, it didn't even reach $18,560 per person. So this is one of the measures that I believe is most interesting for our economic analysis. Now, this program allows us to open up the information beyond the total GDP. And we have measurements in PPPs also by a component of the expenditure. Here we have an index where the world mean is 100 and where we have total expenditure per capita in the first column, but also opened up by effective individual use, which is a measure which is quite close to well-being, and government expenditure and the gross capital formation also linked to investment. So, and this in turn could also be opened up a bit further. The metric can be obtained for all countries of the region. And here, so as not to show everything on one slide because it was too much, we divided it up between Latin America and the Caribbean. But here we have the economies that you saw earlier with a very high PPP per capita individually. Now, if we differentiate this between the components of consumption, effective individual, government expenditure, and gross capital formation, we see that gross capital formation for the region of the Caribbean, that although they had these very high levels in total GDP, they're not so high in terms of investment, for example. Now, regarding the price level index, which is something that stems from the PPPs, the region as a whole is below the total price index is below the world mean of 100, and the region as a whole has a price index of 71.1. But as you can see here, most of the economies in the region are below the world mean. And here, there's a summary of everything I've said so far. Here you can see on the y-axis, the price level index, and on the x, the P per capita. And here in the bubbles represent the size of the economies. There we have in the upper right, all those economies with GDP per capita that's higher than the world mean, but that the price level is also higher than the world mean. And below, you have the countries with GDP per capita not as high as the world mean, but with price levels a little bit lower, which is a very good combination. And then in the upper left, we have countries with a GDP per capita which is below the world mean, but price levels are above the world mean. And then in the other quadrant where we have most of the countries of the region, these are countries with an income per capita that is lower than the world mean, but the price levels are also below the world mean. Now, with regard to the opening of information with which it's possible to work and do rich analysis has to do with this graph showing the price level index, but opened by type of products. So for example, in the first column, we have food and beverage. In the previous case, we had seen the total price index of the GDP. And then here we could see some countries with price indexes that were quite low. However, regarding food and beverage, the region already has price levels that are higher than the world average. But the wealth of the information is that this can be seen for housing and energy and health. And here I was hearing before with the SDGs, these measures such as being able to achieve the SDGs. And here we have tools to see, for example, expenditure per capita in health or education, and in this case, the relative prices for that sort of product. The same thing for the Caribbean. The presentation will be available, so I will not take much longer for this, but I've only about half a minute left. But I would like to refer to where we stand today. We're in the 2024 cycle. We enjoy country commitments. We determine the regional list to work with, and we have a schedule for the collection and delivery of information together with the countries. And we've also drafted the operating materials to work on the cycle. We are communicating with the work teams. Some of you I've been able to talk during the coffee breaks and continue with this commitment. We are, as I said, collecting the information that you send us to process it, validate it, and work on this new comparison cycle. And now, just to conclude, I would like to highlight the relevance of using these statistics that enrich our analysis and provide us with far more granular information than we have with only the level of GDP. But now here we're able to open up the information, as I was showing, to groups of products. And also, thank you all countries, for your commitment, because it is thanks to your work teams that we have been able to, with collaborative effort among the global office, the regional offices, and the national offices, this so very significant and substantive work representing a global public good. And invite those countries that have not been able to take part in the past rounds, invite them to take part. Here we are available to help you and support you. And well, I would also like to thank the ECLAC team for this great effort made day on day. Well, thank you very much, Claudia. And now I will move on and recognize Georgina for her presentation. And then we will see if there are any queries and questions. So Georgina will be sharing the results of the survey on the status of statistics indicators and environmental accounts. The floor is yours, Georgina. Thank you, Chair. Now, these are the results that have been mentioned. One of the first chapters in the Environmental Statistics Working Group, reflecting the results of the surveys on the status of environmental statistics, indicators, and accounts. Now, I would like to say that at the end of last year, the ECLAC Statistics Division, with support by Euroclima and the Sustainable Development and Human Settlements Division of ECLAC, carried out a survey to hear of the situation of statistics indicators and environmental accounts and climate change. Before this, there were another 3 published previously in different numbers of the series of ECLAC statistical studies for 2007, 2009, and 2017. And in this exercise, 2023, it was seen as an update of the previous exercises and which guarantees the temporal comparability of the information. Above all, to update the information and the situation in the region. And now, for the first time in these exercises, we used online platforms to facilitate the collection, integration, and analysis of the information. These surveys, as I was saying, were constructed on a Google platform and were open for all countries of the region for 6 weeks, from October to November last year. And in response, we obtained 30 countries that answered the surveys with information. Of these 30, we sent them, well, for the whole region, in the whole region, we sent the survey out to the various NSOs or others And of the 30 responses obtained, the main responders were the NSOs, and highlight that for the case of Colombia, the National Statistics Office answered, as well as the Ministry of the Environment. In the case of El Salvador and Peru, we only received information from the ministries. Now, we begin with some of the results. The truth is that this presentation is the summary of the summary of the summary. And one of the things that we would like to highlight, and well, rescuing a lot from yesterday's discussion, it is clear that NSOs are facing challenges in terms of staff and financial resources. However, economic statistics and social statistics are the big brothers in statistics. Environmental statistics, we are the last little duckling. And so this, it's not me who's saying this, but you are saying this as a result of this survey. And here in this slide, I want to show to the left of your screen the number of countries with staff exclusively dedicated to environmental statistics. And on the right, you can see those countries that have a committee, commission, or interinstitutional or agency for the development of these statistics. Now, as you can see in the case of staff dedicated to environmental statistics, of the 22 countries that did respond and that have this staff, there are 22 with an established legal framework, and as a rule, the legal framework has to do only with statistical legislation, and in that statistical legislation, there is reference to the generation of environmental statistics. But also there are other countries that have progress in terms of environmental legislation and also support the generation of this type of information. In the case of the committee, it is a progress in the generation of statistics, and we speaking not only of generation at institutional level with only one office, but we're talking about an agency where there are different offices, as a rule, coordinated either by the National Statistics Office or the Ministry of the Environment, and that comprise or are responsible for the entire statistical production related to the environment, climate change, and natural disasters. Of these 17 countries that do have a group, committee, or commission, institutional, 13 belong to Latin America, and the other 4 to the Caribbean, and 14 of these have a legal grounds for the formation of the committee. So as you can see, these are elements and consistent information showing the advance despite structural condition, the progress made in terms of the generation of these statistics in the region. Now, this is another slide, and where I would like to show you the conditions of the staff that works on environmental statistics in the region. Once again, if everyone who is working in statistics have always different pressures in environmental statistics, as a rule, these are the first loose ends that end up when there are cutbacks. And these threads that we cut means that the teams are very small, are in our offices or even non-existent. And in many cases, not only is the staff that we have maybe 1 or 2, and they're dedicated to environmental statistics in partially time.
So speaking of the situation, how are environmental statistics generated in the region? Well, in positive terms, we see that the entire region produces environmental statistics, indicators, or environmental accounts. So in this specific moment, I'm talking about environmental statistics, and all the countries register, generate, and provide information on the environment. And on the right-hand side of the screen, we have some of the training needs identified as part of this survey. I would like to stress that for Latin America, one of the main needs that we have and that were expressed in this learning on how to use geospatial information. In Latin America, there's a lot of interest, but there is a little more use in how to use and take advantage of these administrative records for environmental purposes. What are the main challenges identified by the countries of the region? Well, in the graph that we see in the slide, we're looking at everything that we're talking about yesterday. And In our statistical offices, we have an absence of human and financial resources, as well as in the case of the Caribbean, legal framework that needs to strengthen development in their offices. And when we ask in the surveys on how to prioritize environmental issues, what they would like to work on, it's basically, in both cases, Latin America and the Caribbean, they're talking about water. That is one of the main topics, followed by energy. And after the third, there's a different weighting. In Latin America, they identify the generation of information related to climate change as one of the most important. It's in the third place. And then the Caribbean, it's mostly energy, biodiversity, agriculture, and waste. Climate change goes down to the 9th or 10th place. When we talk about environmental accounting, what we see the coverage and the countries that are producing environmental accounts, and there's also a graduation in the work. We see that there is some consolidated work in many of our countries, and that we see pilot accounts in some others. On the right-hand side, we see that there's always a blatant need for technical training on all these matters, both statistics as well as accounts and all the information related with climate change. On this slide, we see that when we talk about environmental accounts, which are the most popular in generating information, normally it has to do with water accounts, energy, forests, and it is quite similar throughout the region. And most of our countries count on this information and environmental statistics that have been produced for several years and are consolidated in our regions. They're truly important and allow for the realization of these accounts in a timely fashion. When we refer to the status of statistics related with climate change, well, here we see that coverage is lower. There's some countries that have integrated and consolidated information, such as in terms of climate change, and many of these are generated in basic statistics. But we also have on the right-hand side, we see the challenges faced by the statistics offices in the integration of these statistics. Finally, I'd like to share with you that as part of the work to promote statistics, accounts, and environmental indicators, at the end of 2023, we began a project with the SIDS and everything related to the indicators of climate change. And this is a summary of the result. They were 8 countries, and in all 8 countries, we integrated 33 indicators, 5 per country, to address the main areas that we needed to cover with the IPCC, and prioritizing and calculating them for all the countries. And there was a lot of mention of municipal waste collected. That was the most repeated indicator in all countries. And that's up to last year. The main results, I'd like to mention that 23 countries have a legal framework to produce environmental statistics. Of these, 22 countries have personnel specifically dedicated to statistics, and the teams in each of our countries have around 3 people or less. We have a better interinstitutional coordination. 17 countries have an interinstitutional committee, and 14 countries, as I mentioned earlier, have a legal basis for that. 11 countries with a national environmental statistics plan. I'd like to mention that ECLAC, for the past 2-3 years, has integrated or become part of the environmental statistics unit. We have a regional network of institutions and experts that exchanges information on the generation of statistics, and we continue to maintain regional projects to strengthen the environmental statistics. Challenges identified? Well, the areas working on environmental statistics are not at the same level as those working on economic and social statistics, and the implementation of the account system in some countries is still a desire or a mere wish. In conclusion, the development in environmental system implementation is evident, but also heterogeneous and poses persistent challenges. Technical training, personnel, and budget need to be addressed urgently. While most countries continue to have established and have strengthened their legal frameworks, there are ongoing complexities in data generation, and funding must be resolved. In the English-speaking Caribbean countries, work remains on their legal framework and the availability of personnel for environmental statistics. But again, the lack of personnel is a common issue. There is significant staff turnover and a lack of political will. Environmental statistics units are at a different level than economic and social statistics units, and in the construction of indicators in the area, it is still a challenge. With this, I would like to conclude, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Georgina, sí,
Thank you, Georgina. Is there any country that would like to make a comment? This would be the time for Claudia's presentation previously and Georgina's.
bueno, entonces, si no tenemos,
If there are no questions, then we can thank both our colleagues from the Statistics Division here at ECLAC for their presentations, and we thank them for the work done. It is now 5:23. So we're going to take a look at the agreements, and they will be put to consideration and approval, and we will then be closing today's session. So I'd like to offer the floor to the Secretariat for consideration and approval of the agreements. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Briefly, on your desks, you have a document called Agreement Project. It includes everything that has been mentioned all these days in this 23rd meeting of the Executive Committee of the Statistical Conference of the Americas at ECLAC. The document was distributed yesterday, and during the recess, we distributed a new version, which has today's date, 29th of August, and has 17 numbers. We have included all the comments that arrived through the Secretariat from the countries. So, Madam Chair, if there are no comments, we would submit it for approval.
bueno, entonces sometemos a la aprobación.
So we would like to submit the document for approval. I will offer the floor to some of the delegations should they have comments on the project presented by Secretariat.
Bueno, pues entonces,
So my friend Marco loved doing this, so the agreements are approved.
a continuación, quiero dar la palabra
Now I'd like to offer the floor to Rolando Campo for his closing remarks for the meeting. Colleagues, thank you very much. We've reached the end of these 3 extenuating days of work, of collaboration, coordination, discussion, and comments, technical. And we had a first seminar, a very interesting seminar on census that were coordinated by CELADE, by UFA, and by us here at the Statistics Division, and by the IDB, of course. We would like to thank all involved, Simone Cecchini, Sabrina, Jose Antonio Mejia, and all of our colleagues at the Statistics Division that were here with us, coordinating and supporting this seminar today and the 2 previous days. We've had other groups where we were able to discuss the proposals of the strategic plan that will be elaborated and that will lead us to the next Statistical Conference of the Americas in 2025, when we will be making the proposal for the 25 to 35 strategic plan. Today, we worked on and reviewed in our working groups. We talked about 2 most important topics that have to do with the group for support of the fundamental principles of statistics. That is the discussion that we're going to take on. There's a proposal to review it all as a whole and to submit a draft proposal to the countries, as some things are not quite clear. So we're going to rethink that to try to have the countries make their proposals as well. And there is the enlargement of the Statistics Bureau. The idea is to make it more inclusive. And after that, we reviewed the working groups and we took a look at 2 things that we've been coordinating within the Statistics Division. One has to do with the international comparisons program, and the division is, and I'm very thankful for this, the statistics unit is taking a look at this, and another exercise on environmental statistics where Georgina and her team were able to present to us what the state of the art is of this process. We also heard our colleagues from DANE in Colombia, Pilar, who made an invitation for the World Data Forum, a great event that will take place in Colombia, where many of us will be present, I hope, and we will be there to discuss and present the innovations that we are seeing. And I want to thank you all that were coming, and some of you from far away, and I'd like to thank our colleagues. CARICOM is here. Halik has been with us supporting all the efforts in our country, in the countries in the Caribbean, always present here, and colleagues that have come from different parts of Central America, Mexico, and the Caribbean, who have been here. I would like to thank our colleagues in the agencies, funds, and programs, as well as all colleagues that pertain to international organizations that have joined us today.
I would like to deeply thank our colleagues from the conference unit that supported us at all times in order to be successful in this process of these 3-day conference. It is a complex endeavor, and logistics is well placed here in NECLAC. Our colleagues from the Secretariat, Jimena, thank you to you, Luis Yanez, and the whole team of the Commission. Also to all the colleagues from interpretation, thank you. Thank you very much for your support at this time in order to have these processes highly inclusive for all. And of course, to all my friends and colleagues from the Statistics Division of here, ECLAC. Thank you, Javier, Daniel, Georgina, Claudia, and all the colleagues that were here present, Andrea, enabled this event and the executive committee to be successful. Starting tomorrow, we need to go over, check, and review what we need to do, prepare the report, and be together with you very soon. We'll see each other, many of us, in November in Colombia. We'll see each other as well yes, next week in the 25th meeting of gender statistics. Many of you will be there. Many of us will be there. Thank you. See you soon. Thank you very much. And CEPAL, ECLAC is here always to support and provide what is needed in terms of technical support and assistance to each one of your countries. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rolando. And so I'll take a few minutes to close this meeting in my capacity as president of the executive committee of the Statistical Conference of the Americas. First, I would like to repeat what Rolando said. Thank the generous help of Institute special guests that were with us throughout these 3 days. Thank you, because normally after 3 days of work, you don't see such a full room after 3 days. So, I mean, as it is rainy and the weather is not nice, it's better to be inside than outside. But thank you. Thank you for having shared your views, your comments, and presentations these 3 days with food for thought and exchange experiences and information on the progress of working groups and shape our strategic plan. And so it may be adopted and approved in the next Statistical Conference of the Americas. So I wish you a happy landing in your homes so that you can all return safely to your countries. And thank once again, interpreters, thank you that are with us, that have enabled to build these bridges in 2 different regions where we have different languages, and thus has allowed us to understand each other, communicate, and that's wonderful. So thanks to the Statistics Division of ECLAC, to the Secretariat, the whole team that has been working. So I'll retweet Rolando's views. So thank you to all the UN agencies that have been here present, special guests. Thank you very much. And see you, at least I'll see you in the World Data Forum in Medellin. As Miosotis is leaving tonight, there will not be a party tonight. Sorry.
Buen viaje a todos.